what do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Hey, money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! Oh! Oh! My God! No!
Hey, everybody, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you happen to be. I'm Legal Vices. Good morning, good afternoon. You've got your speaker on, John.
God almighty, I was not ready for that, but okay.
I'm Legal Vices. Good morning. We can hear your mic through your speakers. And while he's doing that, hi, it's me, Legal Vices, and we're here to do this trial. And you'll be happy to know that I now have
Let me know if the echo's better.
There we go. Now there is no more echo.
Oh,
great.
Good. Sorry, my
Good
fault.
job. So for those of you that were complaining that I was just dropping you midstream like a jilted lover, we finally worked it out. We do have a team for this one. We've got John from J. Robine Law. Tell us who you are and what you're doing in case somebody doesn't know you.
Sure. So J. Robine Law. I started.
Oh, Robine. I've been saying Robine for like the last.
That's all right. Either way.
Okay. I know.
Started about a month ago. I do kind of potpourri stuff, whatever happens to be kind of on my mind or whatever. I am licensed in New York and Florida, currently in sunny Tampa, which is a pleasant place to be these days, certainly better than New York. But yeah, so that's kind of my stuff. And, check it out if you're interested. We've done a lot of random things. I think a lot of it was Daryl Brooks was a big part of the stream, to me literally microwaving a freaky mac and cheese cup on a Sunday morning because I had a fever dream that night about a $5 million lawsuit. And
what type of law do you practice?
So in New York, I was a mix of workplace incidents and medical malpractice defense. I've always been on the defense side. When I came to Florida, I worked for a period of time in first-person property, which is representing basically the insurance company against the insured, because you got a lot of kind of unscrupulous roofers down in Florida. That hurricane comes through and suddenly everybody needs a new roof. But so it was a little bit of a mix
in my life was a guy bragging in a bar. It was in the Stanley Hotel, the hotel where Stephen King stayed in when he had the experiences that made him decide to write The Shining in Colorado. The biggest asshole I ever met was a guy that was bragging that he was a filthy rich contractor. He was buying me shots of $230 a glass Pappy Van Winkle 23 bourbon, and saying he was proud of the fact he made all of his money on Hurricane Katrina.
I'm sure.
What an asshole that guy was. Absolutely.
No, and so for Mr. Upper Torso, absolutely true as well. I was a spy during the Trevor Summers case. Because it happens to be maybe a 10-minute walk from my home, I would go up to the courthouse and I was able to meet the family and everyone. And that was a really interesting experience. That was kind of what sort of started this whole deciding to start my own channel and try and make a shot at this.
Well, as Rose says, he's been on a lot with Law Talk with Mike. I know for months.
He bullied me into it over the course of months.
Yeah, Law Talk with Mike to a greater extent, me to a lesser extent. We're saying, just shut the fuck up and turn your camera on. Just do it. And you finally did it.
Yeah, so finally got around to actually doing it. And you, Mike, Nate, to some extent, everybody basically bullied me into being like, all right, just actually decide to start doing stuff. So that's where I'm at now.
So get over there. If you haven't already done so, we've got some time. The court camera is still focused on the state of Texas, county of Bexar Seal. So get on over there to J. Robine Law and make sure you subscribe and like every video he's done.
Yeah, come check it out. I have I'm right now officially 14-0 on manual reviews because they demonetized all of my shit.
I've just given up on ad monetization. That's just me. Jacob's Madre, 24 forever. Love this combo. I'm here for it. Adore you both. Well, we
Thank
adore
you.
you too. Thank you for being here. So we've got some time to kill here. I guess we can do a background. Have you followed anything about this case?
I've done a little bit of just reading articles over the course of the last night, but I have not been particularly following the case. So if you want to give kind of the 30,000 foot overview, I would appreciate it, as well as probably a lot of folks.
I will, but first of all, I have to chastise you viewers. There's 557 of you here and only 174 likes. Shame on you. Get down there, hit that like button. You've been here more than 30 seconds. You like it. I know you don't think about hitting that like button. That's one of my things too. When I'm watching other people, I don't even think of clicking the like button on other creators unless I'm told to do so. I'm like, oh yeah, I like when people click my like button, so I should probably do theirs too. But now I'm telling you, that's what YouTube looks at. YouTube wants the high likes, and especially the like to viewer ratio. The higher that is, the better that is. They recommend on the people's main pages, on the recommend videos pages, on the cards at the end of the videos. So do me that solid favor. Just reach down there and hit that like button. It literally takes about 1/10 of a second. You can all do it, and we all love it. So
it seems dumb, but it actually really does have a huge impact. And you can see that, like, we see the back end analytics, and it really does make a huge difference.
And for live streams, the like to viewer ratio is the primary ratio that YouTube looks at when their algorithm and deciding whether or not to recommend a video.
Yep.
And if you're inclined,
and again, like, I'll run like 3-hour-long live streams, and my click-through time is usually about 25-30 minutes of it. So that's always kind of a strike against it. But if you come in and you like it and you go watch it later, that makes a huge difference in terms of however they do their things on their back end.
Hello, hi, says Michelle Cavernos. Jeff and John, you should start a country band. I've only been in one band in my life. It was a fusion jazz band, and we didn't actually get to play because we practiced and put our name in one of these concert in the park series we had in my hometown of Logan, Utah. But we were kind of rebels, and we thought we would give our band name a name that would offend everybody, especially in a good Mormon community like Northern Utah. We were just a fusion jazz. I was like playing rhythm guitar, and apparently they didn't like the name Satan's Little Fuck Buddies.
Honestly, I can understand why they might not.
We thought it was hilarious,
but I think it's hilarious. I mean, I took piano lessons as a kid, and like, I'm actually familiar with music theory. I just suck at actually playing anything.
Yeah, they didn't like the name of our band, so they said we couldn't.
Yeah, it's fine. That's the point.
And it was in Merlin Olsen Park. Merlin Olsen, the great football player, and who also played what's his name, Charles Ingalls' friend on Little House on the Prairie.
Really? Okay. Well,
yeah, he's from my hometown. His mother she's long dead now, but she owned the local miniature.
You see, I didn't know all this backstory about you, Ben.
I have weird stories. See, that's one thing that doing this YouTube thing has been really good about, is because I think I have a boring life, and then I start telling stories, and I realize I have some funny things happen to me that I didn't realize were funny until I talk about them. Meme Copium has just raided us. We have a Meme Copium raid. Thank you, Meme and viewers. We have just bumped the ratio again. Now we've got 620 concurrent viewers and only 300 likes. We're under the 50% range. Come on, for God's sake. We're all here. We're all in the same boat. I know a lot of you were here with me on day one when we had to wait an hour and 45 minutes for the damn juror to get there. Oh, and it was after we waited for the juror to show up, then the lawyers decided to have a sidebar with the court about something. Like, they didn't have an hour and 45 minutes to do it while they were waiting. And so that went another 20 minutes.
Oh, that sounds absolutely fantastic.
Oh, it was just the most annoying damn day, just leaving me totally high and dry. But you like that, so get down there and like this one as well. I don't grift for the super chats as much, but I grift for the likes because that's what brings people in. And
that's the important part. Like, that's what, and I said this over and over again. It's like, when it gets demonetized, it pisses me off, not because I'm losing money. I mean, I get maybe $20 off of advertising revenue off of a given stream or whatever. I don't care about the money. It's that it downranks it in terms of suggesting it to people, so you just get fewer eyeballs on what you're talking about. That's what really ticks me off about that sort of thing.
Yeah, Brittany, this trial does have the most sidebars over stupid stuff. And mods, hey, thank you, mods, for pulling extra duty today. You guys are super. I've got some of the greatest mods, and the chat. Sorry, John, my chat is the best chat on the entire internet.
I'm
But I
going to
see
disagree
some
with you on that. My chat is the best chat. It is not quite the size of yours, but quality over quantity.
Well, I'm sure there's a lot of,
and there's a lot of crossover. I'm recognizing a lot of faces.
There is a lot of overlap, so you can sort of be somewhere near me. But anyway, the Vice Squad is it, and everybody. My super chat rule is very simple. There is no minimum requirement. There is not required. I try to pay as much attention as I can possibly do in chat. It's easier for me to pay attention to chat during these types of streams because I'm not just talking constantly and reading things constantly, and I don't have to fuck around with 45 different screens open. So I get to spend a little bit more time paying attention to chat. But if you're throwing your hard-earned money at me and later at John, I take that gives you priority. I give you priority over any other comments with the super chats. It's not required, but it flashes up big bright colors and says, "Oh, there's something to pay attention to," and it gets read. So.
And yeah, I'm 100% the same way. I try to interact with my chat, and my folks know that at the end of every stream, I light one last smoke and sit there, and you got 5 minutes or so to just ask whatever the hell you want, because that's important to me, whether you pay me or not for it. I don't care. It's getting a chance to talk to folks is really what's interesting about this to me.
Sorry, just getting a chat. Sorry about that. I'm back. Yeah, and so it freaks me out that people throw money at me anyway. And so I'm obligated to read the super chats. I'll read and answer anything that's put up there with priority. And during the trial, the deal is I'll flash it on the bottom of the screen so it's acknowledged. And then when there's a sidebar or a lull or a break, then we'll go back and actually read through them and address them. Yeah. John, balls or no balls? 200 Watt Studio starts us out.
Is this a Ricada thing? Because yes. I think all right. I'm not answering that question. So thanks for
the. Do you want your futanari with balls or no balls? Huh?
Generally speaking, I don't particularly want my futanari, so we will just leave it there.
Thank you, 200 Watt Studio. You got your answer from John. I'm not responsible for how he or whether he answers the question. I'm responsible for reading your super chat. Just a map nailed to the wall. You will read it and like it. Baldo or no Baldo?
For me, I don't even know what that means.
That's if you don't know what a Baldo is, don't search for it.
I will take your word for that.
And if you're looking at the chat, you'll see a GIF you'll see an emoji of what a Baldo looks like.
I'm going to absolutely avoid looking at the chat for a little bit then.
There you go. Flux said on AO stream that she's going to beat up people in chat unbreaded. Flux has sent me a message saying that she's incapacitated by a migraine at the moment. She's laid up listening on stream today. So send Flux your well wishes. Flux is one of my mods who's just started her own channel. She hangs out with Steven Govney and I and things on chats. People like her because, as they say, she's the normal person that asks questions normal people ask. So rather than two lawyers asking
anybody actually ask normal questions.
John, toe or finger? Come on, guys. We want him back.
I don't know. Screw it. I'll answer the question. Finger.
There you go.
Feet are not my thing.
We've seen the head of the judge who looks like Dr. Bunsen Honeydew marching back and forth. So, all right. Anyway, I guess we should get on here. Anybody that wants to super chat, now is your time. Do you want to read before the trial starts? Otherwise, we'll just do what I said, put it on the screen and address it later. He's accused of deleting 4 women of negotiable affections. He confessed to the crime. He actually led the police to the 4th body.
I want to pause for 1 second there. That was the most clever way I've ever heard a crime described. So congratulations. You have absolutely won that award for me.
I'm finding ways around the YouTube. So he led them to the 4th body, and then he pleaded not guilty. after he confessed everything and led them to a body.
You
Apparently,
know, that usually is not your best
the questions
timeline to have.
The question his lawyers are asking, the defense are asking, are dealing with technical issues. So they're going for technical defenses. Did you read him his Miranda? Yes. Did you tell? He's like, did you ask him if he was waiving his right to remain silent? And they're like, no. And he's like, I gotcha. So they're kind of saying you have to tell him, you have to actively tell him, ask him if he's waiving his right to, other than just reading him his rights and letting
you do actually have to. I mean, that was when I took the Florida bar, there was an entire question where it was a series of events and it was which ones need to be excluded because Miranda was not re-invoked, etc. So like that's not nothing.
All right, we are here.
Oh my God, George Costanza's the judge?
No, it's Dr. Bunsen Honeydew or the Italian guy Vizzini from Princess Bride. That's what we've decided he is.
Yeah, fair. Okay, inconceivable.
Yeah.
You keep using that word. I don't think that means what you think it means.
Head, knees, or toes? Stephanie Tam asks. Hi, Flux. Feel better. Knees sounds rather complicated. Head is always a good thing. Never go wrong with that on any level.
You're a witness.
Legendary Racing. John, let the degeneracy flow through you.
It's way too early for me to be drunk enough to do that. There are times when I get off the stream and I'm like, did I actually say what I think I said? But we're not.
Is this lawful law? Feel better, Flux. Now, this is our former border agent. We've decided that he sort of looks like after Dunder Mifflin closes down and Michael Scott has to turn to a life of crime to support his family.
You know, I could see that. I was thinking he looks like a Mossad agent in a really crappy like USA program.
I said he looks like Jesse Pinkman caught 10 years after Breaking Bad finished, but people didn't think so. So I'm going back to the original.
The hair
Michael
color
Scott.
doesn't work.
There we go. All right. You may be seated. Good morning.
All right. And again, you people, what you're hearing is
So
not
we'll
what
change
we're
the weather
hearing.
today?
So let me know how the balance is between our volume and the court's volume,
Good morning, sir.
and we'll adjust accordingly.
You can take a seat.
I'll bump us up to 300% anyway.
And you may proceed, sir.
All right, we've got witness Humpty Dumpty.
My mic on. If not, there's no record.
This guy, he hasn't shown any emotion at all. He stares down the camera a lot. And Negan back here, he
morning,
he
sir.
works for Court
Good
TV
morning.
apparently, so he's always
Again,
videoing what's going on.
We're starting the day with you.
All right,
for
that
the
one
first
is a
please,
perfect
state your name once
analogy.
again.
Him being Negan. 100% I'm with
And
you on.
we're talking about the
I'm
investigation,
just
So
waiting
can you
for
hear
this
John and I
surrounding,
okay, chat?
the allegations against Juan David Ortiz, correct?
Correct.
What was your role in this investigation?
I
Getting
was a
donuts.
supervisory investigator for the sheriff's office.
And you were one of the lead investigators in this case?
Yes, I was.
And as part of this investigation, what crimes were being, or how many crimes primarily were being investigated?
Primarily two.
Okay. And at the end of the investigation, how many total crimes were
We listened to
investigated?
about 2 hours of
5.
body cam footage yesterday of cops just going
What were those?
Oh my
five
because they
God.
walked 3
crimes?
blocks.
There were 4 murders and aggravated assault.
They walked
Murders
3
that were
blocks
being
and were all
investigated.
stroking out.
Who were the victims of those murders?
Melissa Ramirez, Claudine Loera.
All right,
Who's
can you
that?
please enunciate
And
a little
Jamal.
bit?
Do you know approximately the dates that these victims were murdered?
September 3rd, September 13th, and 14th.
Can you give me the names of corresponding to those dates?
Melissa was on the 3rd, Claudine was on the 13th, and Griselda and Janelle were on the 14th
Of September.
of September.
Of what
2018.
year?
2018,
In what county?
Webb County,
And what state?
Texas.
Okay. And
You're
as
only
part of
talking
your
about a quadruple
investigation, did you
homicide.
also,
I mean, you don't need to seem
and
that
one of the
bored.
lead investigators, did you visit the crime scenes in these cases.
Yes.
The fifth crime that you were investigating as part of the case against Juan David Ortiz, what did that consist of?
The interaction between him and Erica Pena.
Okay, but what crime would have been alleged in that case?
I believe
Hey,
it was
to
an
be
aggravated
fair,
assault.
the only person that's allowed to tell me to shut the fuck up on this channel is Legal Vices. So more power to you on that one.
That you get it posted. That you visited the crime scenes in all 4 murders, correct? You visited the crime scenes
Yes.
in all 4 murders.
And 2 of them after the fact, but yes.
But you visited the 4 locations.
I visited the 4 locations, yes, I did.
Okay.
The defendant looks just
You've
confused.
identified Melissa Ramirez was where?
On Jeffries Road off of 255.
Claudine Luera was where?
On 255.
You mentioned Griselda Cantu.
She was at the 22-mile marker under IH-35 with an overpass.
Okay. You write her name down. If you can please supply that to where Griselda's body was. The last victim,
Janelle Ortiz.
Oh, Indigo, welcome back. You survived Danny. Sorry about that. She was so apologetic. Cheers to you, Indigo. You're super sport. All right. Oh wow, 1990 called. They want their visual displays back.
now, what else did you do with respect to help view or identify the locations, the geographic locations where these bodies were found?
We took some drone video of the area to show the geographic area, what it looks like.
These women, their bodies were found outside.
Oh yeah, he
the
shot them
city
in the back of the
Laredo.
head with his service
Correct.
revolver as well.
And if you can tell us when you say you prepared a drone video, please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that entailed.
We went to the different crime scenes and we put a drone up in the air and we flew it just so that you could get a view of what it looks like in Webb County, what the areas look like.
And would this video assist the jury in taking them to Webb County, to the locations
Did
where
I say
the bodies
service
were
revolver? Sorry.
I believe it would, yes.
Service weapon. I'm old. We had revolvers back in my day.
It's a reliable platform.
102. Yes, sir. You, Captain, States Exhibit 102, if you can open that up. What is it that you are holding in your hand?
An envelope.
A pen drive that I prepared for your office
Okay.
containing the drone video that we took.
Is this
long
really how
is
they
the drone
do
video?
introduction of
And
evidence?
it's
in
minutes,
Texas?
it's not very long. It shows
Apparently.
aerial views and some of the paths,
Oh, I
About 5
cannot
minutes
survive that.
6 minutes long.
give or take, yes.
I was watching yesterday afternoons in the office, and it took them 20 minutes to open an envelope in the afternoon session.
Oh god.
Well, the guy from Court TV is either Negan or like 1995 Frank Zappa, one of the two.
Develop this? Did you take it?
I directed the video. I was with a pilot and I was telling the pilot exactly what to record.
Get a little bit of a
And
look of
when-
who's that
when we were
dude
doing
from
it.
Criminal
So it was
Minds?
under my direction.
And then this particular, it's a USB. Have you viewed it
prior to your testimony right now?
Yes, before I
Yes,
gave it
one.
to the DA's office, I reviewed it.
I'm sorry?
Before I turned it over, I reviewed it to make sure the video worked.
No objections, Your Honor.
I will offer 102. State's Exhibit 102 is admitted into evidence for the jury's consideration.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Move this down now.
$200
Yeah,
said
come
all
on,
his
Ted,
balls
yeah.
on your futa.
Thank
Weird
you, buddy.
otherwise.
Captain, as we set
That's
up
what I'm
the
thinking.
No.
the video, I would ask you to please walk the jury through the crime scene locations, starting with crime scene 1 and indicating which crime scene we're looking at
Okay.
with the name and the date, please.
If this is how Texas operates, I am shocked that John Hinckley still isn't in active trial.
All right. Well, Officer Donut is looking at something here. Michelle Cavernous says, how come after the redirect, in some cases, the defense can ask more questions, like for a second time? It's just up to the judge, how the judge runs his courtroom. Sometimes they let it go until they're done. Sometimes they just say once each.
Yeah,
That is
the way
the
that usually it's
crime
supposed to be
scene
sort of like
area
a funnel.
for Melissa
So
Ramirez.
somebody asks on direct, you can
And
ask
that's
questions about what they asked on
What
direct,
it looks like.
and then you can kind of redirect.
That's the road. That's where the road
within
looks.
what's on the cross.
That is
Some
from
judges
crime
will let you
scene from
take it
September 3rd,
funnel the entire
2018.
way down. Most
You
of the
name
time.
the road, location.
Jeffries Road. It's in Webb County, Texas. It's north of Laredo.
Approximately how many miles away from the city limits?
This is riveting evidence.
More than 20?
Okay. You can just speak a little louder into the mic, please.
Yes.
And enunciate. This is the exciting Laredo landscape.
And you walk us through what are we looking at?
That's Jeffries
road.
Road going back to 255. It's a road that feeds to IH-35, or it'll feed also to 83 North. So you can get back to Laredo going in that direction and getting 35 and going south, or through 83, US 83.
So taking a right off of Jeffries Road, that is 255, where all that tractor trailer traffic is traveling right there?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Now, this shows the relation between crime scene 1 and crime scene 2. Are they relatively?
They're
Close.
relatively close, yes.
Okay. Can you explain to us what are we looking at here?
This is 83 North, and this is 255, going toward 35. Claudine's body was found a little bit further up the road here, but that is what the highway would look like if you're coming up 83 and going toward 35 on 255. That's what the area looks like.
You know, to be fair, somebody pointed out it does seem like a very high quality camera on that drone. It's not showing me anything of relevance, but you know, that's cool.
Whose body was found in this area?
Claudine Luetta.
Now, Jeffrey Rhodes connects with 255.
Correct.
Okay. I feel like a map would have been just as effective.
This is dynamic, though.
What are we looking at here?
We had to go a little bit higher because of the power lines that were there, but we're looking at the general area a little bit further up is the area where Claudine's body was found.
Which is where?
Right around the upper portion of where the camera's pointing. That general area.
What direction are we looking in here? Do you know? If
We're looking east.
Looking east, okay.
Yes, sir.
Is there a shot in hell that the jury is not asleep right now?
It's rough. It gets rougher as you
This
go
is
along.
the access road for IH-35. And this is southbound.
I see Web Interchange 22. Tell us where we're at.
We are approaching the crime scene where we said Lecantu was found. On the access road.
What direction are you?
We're headed south.
Is the drone going in?
Drone's headed south right now.
South 35?
South IH-35 on the access road. The main IH-35 is the car you see on the left. That's the main road.
So all that traffic going south is headed towards Laredo.
Correct. On the top left, you can see the beginning of the overpass.
Where? I don't see that.
Way off in the distance.
How do you not even say something that makes sense?
They're not really doing a good job at evidence presentation. Their body cam video of the search for
Please
him.
indicate
He
when we
we'll
get to
him
the
in a
spot
minute.
where the body was
I mean,
located.
the whole point is you're
We're
supposed to
approaching
be
it off to the
telling a
left.
story.
You see
This
the
is just
overpass off to the left,
Random
and the body
bullshit.
was under the overpass on that connection between the northbound frontage and the
Over
southbound
here.
frontage, the other side. And you'll see that in a second when it pans over to the left. And that's where we said that body was.
On the right-hand side or left-hand side that I'm looking at?
Under where it says, under the highway, under the space, under the highway there.
Okay.
What are we looking at here? What direction are we traveling?
Here we're traveling north on IH-35, also on a feeder road off to the side, and we're approaching the crime scene where Juan Ortiz was killed.
Allegedly. Well, I guess it's not alleged that she was killed, but
They
Where?
caught up with him in a convenience store, and he took off. And they searched for him for 2.5 hours, and they were going to show the entire 2.5 hours of the search video until the
no.
defense said, "Can we stipulate to most of this?" But they still showed them clearing a 4-story
What was this
parking
location
garage
before?
floor by floor. It was just terrible.
At one point years ago,
Why?
it used to be a checkpoint area, and after that, TxDOT used to use it to store aggregate for the use on the highway, gravel. The gravel they
Like,
used
this
to
should
pave the
not be a
highways.
hard
So there would have been a
crime
mound of
to
gravel on the right and on
explain.
the left.
This is the
But
site.
you can just
This
take a
is the site,
picture
that-
and say,
this area
"This is
right
where
here you're
you
looking at,
found the body, right?"
to
And
the
put it
right
on a
of that
map,
white
and you're
tractor
done.
trailer around
That's
the
what I
right.
was saying is why do you need
In
the
the grass.
drone and
In the
all of
grass,
this
yes.
stupid footage? Just put
You
a
said
map
checkpoint.
there.
Was it
Put it on a
TxDOT
poster board
checkpoint? What kind of
with
checkpoint was it
red
in the
dots
past?
where each of the
Border
bodies
Patrol
were
checkpoint,
found.
but years ago. It's been
And you're
abandoned
done.
for a long time.
Technology. They have to justify the drone budget.
But it
What
actually
were,
makes telling the
if
story
any,
worse.
the similarities between the 4 homicides?
The similarities that I found were they were all out of Laredo. They were all north of Laredo, so in the north to northwest Webb County. They all used the same caliber and the same shell casings were found. All of the victims were prostitutes with criminal histories,
Yeah,
and
I agree with you, Matty.
it appeared that
100%.
they were all shot and killed at that location where we found the bodies.
What about the location of the injuries?
The location of the injuries, it was neck and above. They were all shot in the head, neck or above.
Yeah, with his service weapon. Not smart.
No, that's going to be an easy one to trace.
They all worked on the San Bernardo area.
They all worked on the San Bernardo area. That's correct. As
I'm glad somebody
prostitutes.
appreciates me.
But yeah, he
And as
he
part of
turned
your
his shirt
investigation, how
inside out
many of
too, so
those
they wouldn't know he was a
women
cop.
knew Juan David Ortiz?
As part of the investigation, by what we were able to conclude, Juan David Ortiz knew Janelle. He
Easy
knew
flips. I'm
Melissa,
licensed in New York and Florida.
and
I'm
he
currently
claimed
residing
not
in
to have
Florida.
known Wiselda or Claudine.
What about Erica?
He knew Erica, yes.
Yesterday, we finished the day speaking about at the time that he was arrested at the Ava Hotel. Do you remember?
Yes, sir, I do.
And he was placed in a Webb County Sheriff's unit,
Yes, he was placed in one of our patrol cars.
and he was transported to the substation.
That is correct.
Where is that substation located?
On US 59, right outside the city limits.
Is that where you are housed?
At that time, yes.
At the same time, after he was arrested, his vehicle was also taken, correct?
Correct.
And yesterday we closed the afternoon by discussing that his vehicle arrived at the substation, and you said that it was put under a cover or roof,
Yes, under the carport, if you will.
under a carport.
Yeah.
Okay. Who dropped off the vehicle?
One of the wreckers, I wasn't outside to see it, but one of the wreckers dropped off the vehicle, the wrecker that picked it up.
Okay.
Why would you ask that
Did
question?
you
then?
at any time receive the keys to that pickup truck?
Yes.
Who did you receive those keys from?
I don't recall. One of the deputies who was outside received it from the wrecker driver and gave them to me.
Why
And
would
what
you ask
did
that
you
question
do
then?
with the keys?
The keys I gave them to our evidence techs. I gave them either to Nenka or Ugarte, and they took them to their office.
And what is the policy or procedures dealing with? Well, I mean, because you guys do take vehicles frequently, right?
We do. We don't always keep them at the station, but we do, yes.
Okay. And what was the policy regarding the keys to a vehicle? Or what happened to the keys in this case?
The key, they would have been stored by one of the property or evidence techs in their office until they were needed.
Was this vehicle kept there on site?
The vehicle is kept on site at the substation, yes.
This vehicle, this white Dodge pickup truck, was it kept
But-
there?
Mr. Ortiz's truck, yes.
Offer peace smiles. This
And
is
at the time that
the-
Ortiz arrived, were you there?
I don't recall if he arrived
Isn't this
first
the
or if I
prosecutor
arrived
talking
right
right
after,
now?
but it was within
What was that?
minutes of
Isn't
each
this
other.
the
We did see the
talking right
video
now?
yesterday that
Yeah.
you were actually.
Why are you
at
asking
the
these questions then?
Ava
You're
Hotel
literally
during the
muddying your own
search
chain of
Ortiz,
evidence.
correct?
I was there, yes. I was behind right with the team that apprehended him. I was right behind him.
Yeah, so you were on location.
Yes, sir.
And from there, you would have made your way over to the substation.
I had to walk all the way back down, get my stuff together, get in the unit, and then drive to the station. So he probably got there first.
So what happens when you get back to the substation? You organize, prepare, get ready. What do you?
Correct. Get ready to
Am I wrong in
interview Mr.
thinking
Ortiz,
that a
prepare,
Mediocre
get
1L
our thoughts
trial
in
ad
order and discuss with the
candidate
ranger how we're
would
gonna
do better than this.
handle the interview.
So when you say we get our thoughts in order, who are you working with on this case?
Texas Ranger EJ Salinas.
Okay. And do you eventually? And where's Ortiz at this time?
He's in the interview room at the substation.
And can you describe the layout for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the layout there at the substation?
Yes, it has two entrances. One on the, I guess, on the west side of the building, and that's for guests or people who have business there. And there's an entrance on the right for employees or when we bring in
I
arrestees or
get people
detainees.
saying that they're trying to get ahead of the chain of
He was
custody.
brought in through that right side, and
there.
there's a
But you
large
don't have to do
patrol
their
room
job for
where they
them.
do briefings and a couple of offices where the supervisors meet, a hallway, and then immediately after that, there's the interview room right there.
He was placed in an interview room.
Yes, sir.
And please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if the interview room is equipped with audio and video capability.
Yes, it is. Our interview room is.
They're
mic'd
probably
for
asking
audio
this
and
because
video.
they've been critical of the Miranda warnings.
Now, before we get into the interview,
Fair.
how long did the interview of Mr. Ortiz last?
Somewhere 9.5, maybe 10 hours, I recall.
Wow.
Okay. During the interview, was Mr. Ortiz given breaks?
Yes, he was.
How many breaks was he given?
I could count them, but off the top of my head, I want to say 2 or 3.
Okay. Was he provided water?
Yes, he was.
Well, they said the confession was coerced as well.
Was he also provided any food?
We offered him
Even though he led them to one of the
a
bodies.
food or a snack, and I believe
wow.
we gave him some Doritos.
He ate some Doritos during the confession or during the
Just
break?
because he's
During
not
one of the
the
breaks in the interview.
sharpest
Any
tool
other
of the
food
shed
that
doesn't
you gave him?
necessarily mean
At
that
the end of the night,
prosecution
I asked him
needs
if he wanted to eat
or the
something,
police or
and
decent
I bought him
investigation.
a Whataburger meal.
So you fed him Doritos and you fed him a Whataburger meal.
Yes, sir.
Was he given bathroom breaks?
Yes, sir.
I'm operating the presumption that
How
everyone
many
here's
bathroom
moron right
breaks
now.
was he given?
A couple.
I
I think
yet
he
to see
asked a
anything
couple,
suggest
and
otherwise.
maybe 2 or 3.
We'll also have the video, but I'll ask you up front. At any time did you make him any guarantees?
No,
Did you threaten him? at any
absolutely
time?
not. No,
Did you threaten his family?
absolutely not.
Did you try to intimidate him?
No, sir.
Did you pound your hand on the table?
That's not my style of interviewing, sir. No,
Did you put your hands on him?
no. To hurt him? No, not at all.
You didn't physically assault him?
No, absolutely not.
What about Ranger Salinas?
No, sir.
The same responses for him?
He was right next to me.
Okay. Also, as one of the lead investigators, this is happening on September 15th, 2018. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Did you prepare a timeline of the events on the 15th?
Yes, we did.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the timeline of events?
I don't have it memorized, but if I can read it from my report, I can recount it.
Okay.
Now you can't read it from your report. You can refresh your recollection.
I like that he's like, okay. So wait a minute, time out. They said they have audio video. Well, he's
You want me to read
refreshing
the
his.
whole-
You can start, or give us the timeline.
Okay.
All right. Well, he's
No, he's
refreshing.
going to
Saturday,
read directly
September
from it. But you're not
15th,
allowed
Speak up
to.
louder, sir, please, on the mic.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Saturday, September 15th, 2018 at 12:07.
This is not
Bolo was
admitted
sent out
evidence. You
for
can't just
a
read from it.
Bolo, be on the lookout.
What is happening?
At 12:57, a truck is
Not the rules
located
of
at the
evidence.
Stripes on the corner of San Bernardo and Jefferson by Troopers Bradshaw and his partner. At 1:02, Trooper Bradshaw
Why is the defense
and
not
Trooper
objecting?
I have no
approach
idea.
Ortiz outside the Stripes. Ortiz evades detention and
I'm
approaches
trying
the
not
suit
to get
southbound
heated
toward the
because
Ava
it's too
Hotel,
early in the morning.
located
But
at
this
800
is
Garden
not
Street
okay.
off of San Bernardo in Laredo. At 2:30 a.m., Ortiz is located behind the bed of a pickup truck on the top floor of the
This
parking
is
garage
not how the rules of
at
evidence
Vieva
work in any
Hotel.
jurisdiction in this country.
At 2:38, Ortiz is secured inside the sheriff's patrol unit, and investigators transport to the sheriff's substation off of Highway 59. At 2:48, investigators arrive to the substation, and Ortiz is placed in an interview room. At 3:21, Ranger Salinas and Captain Calderon enter the interview room to conduct the interview.
Judge, you have an objection? That anything else is just going to read regarding.
What, so soon?
any
You're
alleged
objecting so
statement of the
quickly?
defendant, That it's not admissible at this
They woke
time
up.
until the court determines that the statement is admissible, and it is admitted.
Sustained. To understand the objection.
They only let him read all of it in anyway.
That's what's under listed.
So
That wasn't the quickest
without
objection I've
reading
ever
the
heard.
Statements.
No,
Let me
not
stop you.
particularly.
It's at 3. Did you say already at 3:22 that the Miranda warnings were given?
I didn't get there, no, sir. I got to 3:21.
Okay. So at 3:21,
Well, Your Honor, again.
Until
No, you
It's
don't
not appeal
object,
because
you
they
just
didn't object to it.
Statement is offered, and the court
That's what happens
deems it
if you
admissible, and
sit
it
on
is
your rights,
admitted.
you lose them.
Then we can get to anything that transpired within the statement, but not right now.
I'm not getting into the statement. His objection's premature. I'm just going to ask him about
Premature
Miranda. That's what you
objeculations
do
or
before the statement.
I instructed the witness on the objection and the
What?
court's ruling. So not to get into any statements, any quoting.
Well, Your Honor, may we approach them?
Yes.
Did somebody drop this prosecutor on his head as a child?
All right. Well, while they're approaching, let's burn through these super chats real quick, get us up to speed. Then we can. Michelle Cabernos, how come after the redirect in some cases the defense can ask some questions like for a second time? As we were saying earlier, some courts will just let you go redirect, recross until you've narrowed down your field of questions so you don't have any. Others will just say you get one chance each. It's more of a jurisdictional thing, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it entirely just really depends on your judge and what sort of the local kind of rules are.
Larax, back in your day, the service weapons were called muskets. Vince Clortho, Legal Vices, what do you think he's really after? Already admitted guilt, not going to fry. GP or MH prisons are both messed up. I don't know what he's trying to... They wanted the death penalty, but all of the families unanimously objected to the death penalty and said, let him rot in a cage.
All right.
So they pulled the death penalty off. But I don't know what he's trying to get out of it other than like walking, which just isn't going to happen.
Nah, it's not going to happen.
Shannon says, do they have to show all of this with the road? No, they don't need to show any of that with the road.
Like we said, hey, all we have to do is literally put red dots on a map, put it on a piece of poster board, and it probably tells the story better.
And I'm shocked, says Greg Hansen. Defendant didn't Minecraft
go
himself to
ahead
get out of
and-
this boring
and
trial.
shift
Judge,
gears.
if I change my plea, can you promise me the death penalty?
I want to talk about
Well, in Texas, you get to decide how you want to die, right?
did Juan David ORTIZ give a confession?
Yes, he did.
Now, if you could speak up louder.
Yes, he did.
David ORTIZ, was he advised of his
Did he give a
constitutional
confession?
rights
Yes, he was.
Yes, he did.
in connection
Yes.
with his privilege against self-incrimination?
Yes, he was.
Did you advise him of his right to an attorney
He was advised.
and his right to remain silent?
He was advised.
And
Sorry about
anything
your
that he
ears,
said could be
everybody.
used against him,
He was advised.
and that he had the right to have an attorney present prior to and during questioning.
He was advised.
That he had a right to have an attorney appointed to advise him prior and during any questioning.
Yes, sir.
And he also had the right to terminate the interview at any time.
He was advised.
At this point in time, are you aware of Juan David Ortiz's employment?
At that point in time, yes.
And what is
How
that?
do you
of?
just raise a
He
question
was
like
a
that? and
supervisory
think that
border
that's-
patrol agent.
He is a law enforcement officer sitting in your interview room,
Yes, sir.
entrusted with enforcing the rights of the United States,
Correct.
enforcing the laws of the United States.
Correct.
Was he given or shown
Second chair literally is
a form
vibing
to
me
sign?
right now.
Yes, he was.
As part of your policies and procedures,
My clip from divorce
and in
court
working
just
in
got
conjunction
copyright
with
claimed.
the Texas
Are you
Department of Public
serious?
Safety,
Yes.
was he given anything in writing advising him of his rights?
Oh God.
Excuse me
Yes,
while
he
I go
was,
and
but he
clip that
refused to
out.
sign it.
It's not worth appealing.
No worries.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Were you present when this happened?
Yes, sir. I was there.
Who else was in the room?
Ranger Salinas.
May I approach the witness?
That was probably more people than have seen that clip since it ever aired.
Exhibit 103.
Yes, sir.
7 years ago.
Ask you if you recognize
Or
this.
11 years ago, actually.
I do. Yes.
And what is it?
It's his warning of his rights and what was read to him.
And what does it say?
Warning of rights.
Okay. And it is signed by who?
It is signed by Ranger Salinas and myself.
And at what time?
This always bothers me, and it
3:21 a.m.
depends on your judge, but I don't like when they let attorneys enter the well like this. That always makes me uncomfortable.
All right, there we go. We're officially trimmed out the section that the copyright cucks at divorce court want. Divorce court wants my $2 a month from that video.
You can't even make that up.
Got a couple more super chats to clear here. Michelle Caverno says, "John, you are hilarious. Love your commentary."
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
And is this appealable? No, he addressed that. They didn't object, so they lost the first few
No.
minutes of him reading.
Accurately depict the original document that was signed by you and EJ Salinas
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
on that night.
Yes, sir.
Do you know where the original is?
I don't. I believe it was turned over to your office by the ranger.
I didn't hear the last part about the ranger. Where's the
Original judge, I'm sorry.
You were turned over to your office by the ranger, is what I heard.
The ranger kept the original. So.
The ranger kept the original.
How do you lose the original signed Miranda waiver? How is that a
You
thing?
live in Laredo, I guess.
You could conditionally admit this one until the original is brought.
Oh, we have a Jessica
Testified that it's
Reloaded
true and accurate,
citing Jessica. It was like a
duplicate of
minute or 2 minutes.
Yes, Your Honor, but we have the best evidence rule.
Well,
Oh,
if you have the original, we'll substitute for it. But if not, I'm going to admit State's Exhibit 103 at this time.
Hey, defense attorney, have you heard of best evidence? Might be a good thing to bring up around now, just a little.
well, he just did. He just said we have the best evidence rule. He said, yeah, they don't have the original, so they get to use the copy. Next.
But they didn't even go through proper business records exception. They sort of half-assed that too.
Yeah.
So let's go over this form. This is the Texas Department of Public Safety, Texas Ranger Division Warning of Rights.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And number one, what does it say?
You have the right to remain silent and not make any statement at all. Any statement you make may be used against you at your trial.
Number two,
Literally
Any
anyone
statement you
besides
make
the
may be
defendant
used
could
as
have
evidence
written
against you in
what's
court.
on this piece of paper.
number three,
You have the right to have a lawyer present to advise you prior to and during any questioning.
number four,
If you are unable to employ a lawyer, you have the right to have a lawyer appointed to advise you prior to and during any questioning.
number five,
You have the right to terminate the interview at any time,
and the last one.
prior to and
Which
during
apparently doesn't have a
the
number for
making of
some
any
reason.
statement. You knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily waive the rights set out in this document.
And he refused to sign.
He refused to sign, correct?
Did he refuse to speak to you?
No.
Did he ask for an attorney?
No.
Did he say, I'm a law
How do they
enforcement
not have a
supervisor,
number
border
6
patrol
on
agent,
that
and I know
form?
my rights, and I want to call my union rep?
I knew he
No.
would say that. He wants his union
Did
rep
he
before he
say,
wants his lawyer.
I
knew he
know
would say
that I'm represented, that I have the right to an attorney, and I want my attorney present.
Objection to leading, Your Honor.
Rephrase, sustain.
Did he
Yeah, apparently they don't have enough fingers to
explicitly
count to 6
articulate to you
on their own paperwork.
any indication that he wanted an attorney present?
Mr. Ortiz did not articulate that he asked or that he wanted an attorney present. No.
Did he specifically articulate to you that he did not want to speak to you?
He did not articulate that he did not want to speak to us. No.
That is the
Did he
worst way to formulate a question.
explicitly tell
literally
you or
created a double
articulate
negative.
saying, I want to stop this interview?
No.
At any time in the 10 hours or so that you interviewed him, did he ever indicate to you that he did not want to proceed?
No.
At any time during the 10 hours or so, did he ever stop you and say, hold on, I want my lawyer now?
He never stopped us and asked for a lawyer. No, he did not.
If he would have asked you for an attorney, what would you have done?
Stop talking to him.
All the while, is this exchange showing him
All
this
the
document,
while.
State's Exhibit 103, I believe it is. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Showing him showing him State's Exhibit 103. Is that being recorded?
Audio and video. Yes, sir.
Oh, please do not play this for us.
Let's talk about the
I
recording.
don't want to do 10
system
hours of that.
That you utilize.
At least the highlights of his confession.
Tell us about that.
It's an L3 system. Companies changed names since then, but it's basically it's like a in-car dash cam type system, but it's hardwired to be in a room instead of a police car. So it's a similar system to that, and it's managed by the same server.
Does he actually have a lisp, or is his mouth full of acorns for the winter?
This particular case, was it functioning on that day?
Yes, sir, it was.
I'm still not entirely
And were
certain
you
that this
able
prosecutor
to-
graduated law school.
Was it able to, in fact, record the interview in its entirety?
Yes, it was.
And were you able to download, burn, or extract the video?
The server backed up the time requested.
And was the video entirely recorded without any glitches, without any interruptions?
He's going to introduce the
trying to
entire
say
video.
Was the entire
This is where
10 or
this is
so
going.
hours that he was there?
Well, I hope they've reached
The
some
entire
sort of
time was recorded.
concession.
I do believe at some point after the interview there was a power outage for a few minutes, but
I'm sorry,
yes,
there was a power outage?
There was a
But that's after the interview.
yeah. It's recorded under. You can see it.
So specifically,
Well, you missed the officer who testified
What time
that
did the
during the
interview
chase,
start?
the foot chase, his
May I refer to my notes?
body
yes,
cam
just telling me
fell
what
off
time
and
the
was
interview
run
started.
over by an 18-wheeler and destroyed.
Oh my god! That can't be real.
Approximately 3:21 a.m.
What time did the interview?
Mike dragged me into Daryl Brooks. You dragged me into
And-
this. I'm wondering if just collectively the Law 2B people want me dead.
The dog ate my body cam. But see, this is good for people to see. This is what a
Approximately
normal
noon.
trial looks like. They're boring from beginning to end. There's no gotcha moments. You know,
No, of course not.
What
it's just a
Trial
slow
has
march to
been
prison.
Illegal
Does your
for like
department-
200 years.
or did you as one of the lead investigators,
But he's not even formulating a story.
record this interview? And what physical format?
They're backed up on a compact disc.
On a CD, basically.
On a CD, yes.
Okay. And after this,
I don't think I've ever heard
you
anybody
already
use the
determined that the
phrase
recording
compact
device was
disc
functioning
in 20 years.
It was working that night,
As it
Yeah,
should.
and the other body cam. These were like the view you
That
got on
it
the other
was
body
safe.
cams.
Yes.
and
Of course
that you
it
were
was.
able to burn it onto a CD.
Because
Yes.
let's put the body cam
One
exactly
second.
where your hands are going
No,
to be in
no,
front
I
of it
believe
if you're
there
holding a
were
weapon.
12.
I never
CDs,
understood that one.
Okay. And did you design it for 12 CDs? Or?
No. We don't manually cut the video. We tell the server what we want. Like I want 10, 7, 5, 8 hours, whatever it is. And it calculates how many discs it's going to make for you. And it automatically prints them and puts a label on them and makes a certified copy of what you're asking for. It's not something we chop on our own. The server does it.
The magical server. Yay.
A 4.5-inch floppy disk.
That's
About
better than an
5,000.
8-bit.
For the investigation and the case against Juan David Ortiz, you prepared
Me, 007
Or
Gold.
transferred
You are old
the
as
interview to
fuck
the
if you
CDs.
remember Nero.
Correct.
I am
Back them
too
up, yes.
young for that, but yeah, familiar with the concept. Yeah, the monks are still hand transcribing it frame by frame in illuminated
Kind of what
writing.
Nero was. Now, the prosecutor that's sitting down, he seems to be a new trainee sort.
you
Because
had
when
the
he's giving
opportunity to
direct
view the
examination, the other guy will like,
Yes.
you can hear him say,
Did you-
ask
have you
about
played
this.
them back after you put them on the CD? Did you view them?
Yes, I watched the interview.
You watched.
I think the guy sitting down actually knows more of what he's doing than the guy talking.
Yes, they do.
in the chronological order.
Correct. From beginning to end.
From beginning to end.
Please don't make us watch it from beginning to end. Please don't make us watch it from burning day.
No, please don't. No, they're pulling out the CDs. They're pulling out the CDs.
Negan's like, oh, seriously? Well, while we're doing that, which Miranda are these rights named after? Haha. That would be after the Arizona Miranda clan.
Yep.
Aaron, nice hat, Legal Vices. Thank you for noticing. This is
That is a
from
nice hat.
Miller Hats. Made in USA, as a matter of fact, made in the great state of Texas where this trial is ongoing. This is from Miller Hats in Texas. MillerHats.com. These guys don't do any social media, but if you ever happen to see this Miller Hats, I own a
These
bunch of your hats.
Do they
Send me
fairly
more.
and accurately depict the contents and activities and interview that occurred on September the 15th?
You handed
of
him a
2018?
CD.
Yes, I do.
Not how that
I don't know. I
works.
have to watch all 10 hours to tell you if it accurate reflects or not. Michelle Cavernos, Legal Vices, what cigar are you smoking? This is a Liga Privada number 9 Robusto.
I'm going to
Delish.
show you states exhibits for identification. Exhibits 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109,
Oh, God.
110, 111,
I'm gonna go play in traffic.
112, 113, 114, and 115. If you can
Oh,
examine
Stephanie,
these.
don't hold your breath. That doesn't seem like the way that these folks roll. Do these accurately reflect? They're CDs.
They look like the CDs I saw earlier. Wow.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We've got
And do you
1,000 concurrent
recognize
viewers
these
and
CDs?
539
Yes, I
likes.
do.
How do you
Hit that
recognize
like button now or I'm going to make him watch all
Those are
10 hours of this
CDs that
video.
We made that I
Hit that
made
like button.
to
We're
turn
going to
over
get
to your
700
office,
likes or I'm going to tell him to watch the entire
from the
10
interview
fucking
of Mr.
hours.
Ortiz.
How is it that you can?
While you're at it,
identify
go
the
to
CD
J.
came from
Robine
your
Law and
department?
subscribe there. I'm gonna
The label?
apparently I signed up
The
to
label,
cover the applicant portion of
they're
this
not
atrocity.
burnt on a traditional PC, like you drag and drop a file and out comes a movie on a CD or a compact disc. These are produced by a machine connected to a server, and they'll label them disc 1 of 12, and it'll give you a certified copy number and tell you the copy number and whatever label we give it. On this one, we labeled it a J.D. Ortiz interview, and these are the ones that our machine printed.
Okay, so now let's break it down disc by disc. Identify.
No, let's
State's
not.
exhibit,
Please
tell me
don't.
what that exhibit contains and what number it is in your interview. What is
If you
that
don't
State's
play
Exhibit
it,
104?
he can't verify
One
anything that's
is
on it. That's not
labeled,
how CDs work.
Certified copy 2784, disc 1 of 12.
They had
State's
to have done
exhibit.
stipulations on this.
Webb County Sheriff's Office.
Then they
for
shouldn't
official
need
use
to be
only,
introducing it
and
with
the
this
phone number to
degree
the
of
sheriff's office and my
specificity.
initials.
Which are what?
FC
Okay, that's disc 104.
104.
State Exhibit 104. Go to State Exhibit 105.
State Exhibit 105 has the same thing, with the exception of this one is
Yes, it is. This is
Tell me what's on 105.
Beaver.
Webb
It's a
County
beaver hat.
Sheriff's Office for official use only. The phone number to the sheriff's office, my initials. It's tagged with number 3. J.D. Ortiz interview, certified copy 2785, disc 2 of 12.
Okay. Continue. State's Exhibit
106, Webb County Sheriff's Office for official use only. The Webb County Sheriff's Office phone number, my initials, J.D. Ortiz interview, certified copy number 2786. It's tagged with a green number 4, disc 3 of 12.
and your initials too.
And my initials, yes, sir. 107, Webb County Sheriff's Office for official use only. Webb County Sheriff's Office phone number, my initials, States Exhibit 107, green tag number 5. J.D. Ortiz interview, certified copy number 2787, disc number 4 of 12.
State's Exhibit
108,
That is one of the benefits
Webb
of
County
living in
Sheriff's
Tampa
Office for
is that I'm
official
always
use
a
only.
5-minute walk for a
Webb County
bridge
Sheriff's
to
Office
jump
phone
off
number,
of.
my initials, J.D. Ortiz interview, certified copy number 2788, disc 5 of 12, and it's marked with a green number 6. States Exhibit 109, Webb County Sheriff's Office for official use only. Webb County Sheriff's Office phone number, the initials, my initials, J.D. Ortiz interview, certified copy number 2789, has a green number
You need to
7
make sure they
tag,
shower.
and it's disc 6 of 12.
This State's Exhibit 110.
Webb County Sheriff's Office for official use only. Webb County Sheriff's Office phone number, my initials, J.D. Ortiz interview, certified copy number 2790. It has tag number 8, disc 7 of 12.
This State's Exhibit 111.
Webb County Sheriff's Office for official use only. Webb County Sheriff's Office phone number, my initials, green number 9 tag, J.D. Ortiz interview, certified copy number 2791, disc 8 of 12.
This State's Exhibit 112.
States Exhibit 112 is Webb County Sheriff's Office for official use only. Webb County
Why in
Sheriff's
God's
Office
name
phone
is this
number,
not all
my
stipulated to
initials,
ahead of time?
green tag number 10, J.D. Ortiz interview.
And by the way, why do you
certified
need
copy
12
number
discs for 10
2792,
hours of
disc 9 of
video
12.
footage?
State's Exhibit 113.
I don't know.
Webb
Are we
County
in like
Sheriff's
the
Office for official use
1980s?
only. Webb County Sheriff's Office phone
I
number,
really don't know.
my initials FC, J.D. Ortiz interview, certified copy number 2793, green tag with number 11, disc 10 of 12.
State's Exhibit 114.
Webb County Sheriff's Office for official use only. Webb County Sheriff's Office phone number, my initials, green tag number 12, J.D. Ortiz interview, certified copy number 2794, disc 11 of 12.
Finally, State's Exhibit 115.
States Exhibit 115, Webb County Sheriff's Office for official use only. Webb County Sheriff's Office phone number,
Yeah.
green tag number 13,
Bill
my
Leslie,
initials, J.D. Ortiz
Fury,
interview, certified
myself,
copy number
I don't know how legal basis is
2795,
holding up,
disc
but I
12
think
of
there are a
12.
lot of people that need to be on
That is a
suicide watch
complete
right now.
set of the entire interview of Juan David Ortiz taken on September the 15th of 2018.
That is correct.
Mark, seriously? Is your Uncle Robert Miller hats? Seriously? Like Miller Hats
Yes, you
is your uncle? Well, you should tell them that they need to sponsor me, because tell them the majority of my streams, I'm wearing their hats. All of my cowboy hats are from Miller Hats because they make a fucking good product. Omega today? No, I'm wearing a two-door today. This is my two-door Black Bay Bronze. That's what I'm wearing today. Huddle. They're huddling up here. So yeah, that is damn cool if your uncle is actually the Miller Hats guy. They need to sponsor me. I need more free hats. Because they're expensive, but they're really good and they're worth it. Doesn't he look like Jesse Pinkman to you, though? Like 10 years down the road.
The hair color throws me off, but I can see like facial structure. I see where you're coming from.
Or like I said, you know, Michael Scott after Dunder Mifflin closes and he has to turn to a life of crime to support himself.
That sounds about right.
Well, in this lull, we've got people saying, who is this guy you have on with you? Go ahead. Give us another intro.
By name is John O'Brien, J. Robine Law. I am a licensed attorney in New York and Florida. My background was a mix of a medical malpractice and workplace incident defense. And then in Florida, it was more kind of roofing issues, because that apparently is the only thing that is an industry in this state. But so that's kind of my background. I am a lawyer. I am literally just paid like $600 to renew my licenses, which that's fun. But yeah.
Total for both or each?
States Exhibits 104
each or
through
both total?
States Exhibits 115 will be
about
admitted
600 total, not counting the CLE stuff.
Damn, it's like 480 something for Utah.
Yeah, New York's like 430. Florida's cheaper.
Wow.
If you're in the young lawyers division, Florida gives you a little bit of a break for the first X number of years.
It looks like a Walmart Mexican Harry Potter.
All right, that's pretty good. All right,
I hope he
I'm done
calls
with that
someone
one.
bitch. The discs were probably not compressed.
Oh God!
Can
you imagine
download
they
it from
literally went to like
Napster, though?
Staples and got a stack of the read writable CDs and decided to use that?
The state, 45 days prior to trial, the state has prepared transcripts of the Juan David ORTIZ video recorded interview that's already in the record. We have prepared also copies of the transcript for the jury.
Is it a transcript and translation? Is that what you're saying, or
Yes, it's a translation
translation from Spanish to English? Is that
well,
what I'm hearing?
it's Tex-Mex, so there is Spanish. It's translated.
Yeah, well, the 45-day rule is because of the translation from Spanish to English.
You did the Matthew Terry trial too, didn't
I
you?
guess in this case, the defense an opportunity to review it and challenge any
I
translation. So
did a
The
chunk.
Florida guy that stabbed his girlfriend in the neck.
From the time.
Oh yeah, I did the sentencing
and
hearing.
we're asking,
That was fun.
We're asking to admit
This was
it.
the judge's thing. He always said, and the mic is fully
is that for the
adjustable.
record before you do that. 116?
116.
Okay.
How many extra magazines were found in the evidence locker that weren't at the scene? Yeah.
Only the hustlers.
I mean, in the if you saw the Cummings, did you do the Cummings case?
I did Cummings.
Yeah, you did that. Yeah, because I was that was when they found that extra magazine from somewhere.
Yeah, just because why not?
Just showed up. It looks like we're having another huddle up here. Why is it like cops and lawyers always have really ill-fitting suits? Except for Johnny Cochran had the sharp suits.
I take
as we're going
exception to
back
that.
to the.
I get fitted suits.
Well, good. A lot don't, though. You have to admit.
That is true.
That's why I'm loving going back and doing these O.J. Simpson things. Cochran was styling. He was just a peacock in court.
Yeah.
Jacobs
I don't know.
Madre, 24 forever. The defendant looks just like the teacher, Mr. Herbert J. Garrison on
For
South Park.
You know what?
Okay,
That's not
yeah,
bad. I
that's
see
not
it.
bad. 998 of you here and 604 likes. Get up to 700. I swear to God, if we're not up to 700 in about a minute, I'm going to make them play the entire thing
But
just to review and to publish it and then make you watch the 10 hours
courtroom.
again. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, yeah. During the Cummings trial, I was actually in the courtroom because it was just up the block from me.
Cool.
I live like 10 minutes from the 13th Circuit for Hillsborough County, so we had a bunch of fun stuff here. We're the one where DeSantis fired the state attorney. That was a fun one to talk about.
I've got Roy Orbison in the gallery there. Same pretty woman for it. Oh yeah, zoom in on. Does she have green hair?
That is. Wow. It looks almost like chlorine, like bleach. You know that look.
Interesting. Trial up as loud as possible. See, that's if I turn the trial up more, then I can't hear anything else. Like when John says something, I can't hear what he says, and I can't hear myself. I'll bump it up a little bit more. Because again, that's just how StreamYard works. What you hear is not what we hear. Yeah. StreamYard does a double. We process it. We get our level set. Then they do some sort of background shit to balance out stuff, and it just makes everything worse. But I'll bump it up a tad bit more.
I try to keep myself down for the most part because occasionally I will get a little bit heated, and I don't want to blow everyone's eardrums out.
All right. Well, we'll go up to 300% here. But now, of course, they're not talking. So.
No, of course not. Why would they be?
Panda Milk. Their evidence system was state-of-the-art in 1993. Again, all answers to why questions during this trial will be South Texas.
I believe I am willing to accept that as an explanation at this point.
Trial quartet song incoming. It's the lawyer's barbershop quartet. Okay. Yeah, the Cummings on Areola's trial, yeah. Don't go all Bronca on his vices. Hey, I swear to God, we're up over 1,000 now and 645 likes. If there's not 55 more likes here in the next few minutes, I swear to God.
Yeah, by the way, we got 1,000 people and nobody's subscribing to my channel. Come on, guys. Where do you think we're going to take this over when 3 a.m. rolls around for Jeff over there?
Yeah, you're going to be with him in less than 3 hours. God, do I have to sit through 3 more hours of this shit? Get over there. Subscribe to where we at? J. Robine Law. Get over there. Subscribe. You got time. We're doing fuck all here waiting for this to work itself out.
I should actually post not for what time are we doing? We're doing 2 Eastern is when they're coming back from lunch in theory.
They usually do about like 2:15.
All right.
So I'll bail about 1:30.
That works. I'm gonna go get some lunch and maybe other substances. Yeah,
as boring as yesterday so far.
Somebody was recommending liquor, but it's not even 11 o'clock in the morning. It's far too early.
Coward.
Like that.
Coward.
I'm getting there.
I've been there for a while.
Yeah, but it's socially acceptable at your time zone.
Yeah, at 1 a.m., yeah. Yeah, light one up. Join me. Don't make me smoke by myself.
I will in a moment. What could they possibly be discussing right now?
These sidebars go so fucking long.
What could they possibly be discussing?
Because South Texas apparently is the answer.
That wasn't even a why question.
It's still South Texas. I'm sticking to that one. 676. We're getting closer. Armadillos.
See, what am I at? 5,811 subscribers. I might actually be able to crack 6K if you guys keep it up.
How many did you have before we started?
I just shy of 5,500.
So there you go.
Yeah, so that's not so bad.
I've only got 10 out of this. How did you get more than I did? Fuck you.
Hey, I have very rarely had 1,000 concurrent watchers. I'm very happy if I can get 150.
Man, John, you covering this case after Jeff. This will be fantastic. Thank you. Yep, I'm going to pass it over to him. But in the meantime, we have yet another assistant here with us. We have Danny On. Danny On is joining us without her camera on. Hi, Danny.
I know. You know what that means? It means I'm getting dressed still. I'm like the laziest, worst attorney ever. Just kidding. I'm actually a great attorney. Nobody snip that. Good morning, and good morning to your guest as well, although I believe it's his later morning than mine. It's what, 10:53 your time?
Yeah, 10:53 my time. And don't worry about that. I don't get up before 10 o'clock unless the judge orders me to.
Thank God. Okay, because it drove me nuts that my boss and everyone else was like, why can't you get up in the morning? I'm like, I know judges who will not schedule hearings before 10 a.m. because they know that their mental acuity is not on point.
Wow.
I just, thank goodness, it's not just me. Oh, it's very encouraging. So I just wanted to hop on. Oh, is there a super chat? Coming in too hot. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll back off. I'm backing way off. How's that?
I turned you down way. I turned you way down.
Okay. So I just wanted to hop on before I'm done getting dressed to say the reason that South Texas has a problem with its video feed, with all of its evidence, with everything, I am assuming, now we know about assumptions, makes asses out of you and me, but I am assuming that because it's South Texas, there is a fight about funding and which programs to fund in that county and which ones not to fund. Since I work at a county, I have seen this firsthand. If you have a county council or county commissioners that are half Republican, half Democrat, sometimes they'll withhold funding on certain items to try and make up for the debt of the county. And I have seen this often where they will get stuck in 20-year contracts, 30-year contracts, depending on, you know, what kind of benefit the DA or the person signing the program is going to get out of it without getting caught, which never happens. That would be called corruption.
We don't get to see Danny, but she can still block us. Whiskey Tango Foxtrot.
I can't block anyone. I have no authority. I have learned my lesson. Anyway,
hang on here, Danny. I know you've been watching, so you've seen who John is. John, this is Danny On. She's a fellow University of Utah alumni. She's a homie back from Salt Lake City, Utah. She just completed her first attempt at running for political office at an incredibly young age. She ran for district attorney for Salt Lake County. And for her first outing, she pulled in over 42% of the vote against the 12-year incumbent district attorney, who's kind of a fuckwit.
He's a total fuckwit, but I'm also not a prosecutor.
Hang on, Danny. I'm talking to you up here.
Sorry.
She got the endorsement of the governor, the attorney general, the Fraternal Order of Police, a congressman, the Salt Lake City police guys. So she did a hell of a good job for her first outing and her first attempt at political office.
That's fantastic. Congratulations. That's a huge endeavor to undertake. And, you know, hopefully the experience will only make you better next time around.
And again, I remind you not to discuss facts.
Well, I might ruin it doing this.
Okay, now they're sending the jurors out. Like they couldn't have just given them a break.
Oh.
Is this supposed to be a mid-morning break? Is that what we're doing now? So we had the jurors sit there while everybody had a little powwow at the bench. And by the way, I understand where you're coming from when you're talking about the funding issue. I'm wondering if they decided that their DA in this county is literally just some random person they find on the street. Because I'm genuinely contemplating whether he went to law school or not, based upon the way that he formulates questions.
Close the door, please.
Well, I think Jeff and I discussed this yesterday and came to the consensus that he's still training and this may be his first capital case and he may have an overbearing boss who's watching everything he does.
Well, I didn't say that. Maybe let me repeat what I was saying to everyone.
Didn't they take
Exhibit 116
the death penalty off the table already by stipulation?
There's no need to duplicate. That's the exhibit. The only thing we're doing in court because it's not going to be published to the jurors, so they're not going to be, if they don't understand Spanish, they're not going to be able to see whatever or understand what was said in Spanish until they get the exhibit when they're deliberating. So that they can hear it in real time, we're going to have an interpreter. You don't need to record that, but the interpreter is going to read the translation, so long as he or she agrees, obviously. Well, they're going to read it. I mean, it's an official certified. There's been no objection from the defense on the translation. So it's going to be read verbatim how it is for the benefit of the jury, so that they can read it and hear it, or not read it, so that they can listen to it and hear the translation in real time. Okay, so the instruction to you as a court, I agree with you. You don't have to retype, because for the video purpose, obviously if there's questions along the way, then obviously that's part of the record.
This is interesting, because you would think that entire jury speaks Spanish, is bilingual.
So I just don't write it.
You can't presume that.
Well, she's going to he or she, I don't know if it's a he or she at this point. They're going to just read, because they're going to be reading the exhibit.
Did this U.S. border agent make them do the interview in Spanish?
The translation that's already been made. Okay.
Probably.
So really, it's going to be a translation, not an interpretation.
He's a serial killer.
It's already
it's not like he's the most considerate guy in the world.
Yes.
Okay, my concern was only because the interpreter was going to be here.
You don't know that. He could have been very polite while he was
just reading, basically reading it for them. And the purpose of it, so that the jury is not distracted by reading along instead of observing the video that they need to.
Yeah, the crime happened in Laredo, but the trial is taking place in San Antonio.
And for
where my brother
all
lives.
objections as to the video have been made and addressed, so there should be no reason at this point. I mean, we can address anything after the fact or bench conference. If we
So
need
I
to.
was raised on a border town. That's why I make the presumption that everyone's
defense objections
bilingual,
they've already
because
recorded.
my school and every school I knew was bilingual.
This vato needs a haircut, essay.
Yeah, I grew up in New York.
We're working on that. Yes, sir. We'll take a short
And
recess.
very white New York.
We'll see how long it takes us to get someone here. Thank you.
For all unique breakfast tacos, Jill Biden. All righty. Well, there we go. We can pop this out and jackjaw amongst ourselves for however long the break is, usually 10 minutes, but who knows what the hell the trial's doing with this one. All right. So, hey, we've got 1,031 concurrent viewers and 709 likes. So we've got more viewers. So now I have to say get 800 likes, or I'm going to make them go through all 10 hours of the damn confession video. But we've got J. Robine Law here. Subscribe to him and like everything he's ever done. And Danny on Direct, who is just starting her YouTube career, my ride or die girl. Make sure you go there. She's already got almost 1,000 subscribers and she hasn't done anything yet, so that's good.
That's not true.
good.
I've done like 3 videos. Jeez, Jeff. I've also come on your show and grifted every so often. So that's a lot of work.
That's it. You know, get the experience under your belt, launch your channel, and because we had the problem with John too. John was it took 6 months to convince him to get his channel up and going.
Honestly, it was more fun in some ways to just guess on other people's stuff, but at some point you have to bite the bullet.
I am just
Paul Farrell says
my
Legal
Christmas
Vices put out links for your co-host channels. Mods, get on that, and links for everybody. Links all around. Go ahead, Danny. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say the mods are actually really good about doing the links. They're better than I am. People will ask for stuff and mods are spamming them every 5 seconds. Your mods are incredible.
Oh,
and Rose, one of the mods, she's just starting her channel too. What, y'all sub to Danny on and not me?
Oh yeah, sub to freaking Rose, you losers. Come on, get on it.
I'm doing too good. I'm making all of my mods inspired to be my competition. Got 3 or 4 of my mods have started channels in the last month.
Well, that was the craziest thing for me was the amount of people that kind of come out of the woodwork to try and help you out. I have, a couple of my mods that I basically consider executive producers at this stage of the game. They do all of the work for me. I just show up and talk.
Michelle Cavanaugh says there's a new trial in Illinois, home invasion and kidnapping. He's representing himself. Oh, God help us.
Oh, no, please don't do that to me.
Is there a live feed?
Probably.
I hope not.
Oh my gosh, that might be my first case, you guys.
All right, I'll let you have that
Horizon. Courtney Clenny is the OnlyFans murder is supposed to start on the 16th or the 19th, something like that. But it'll probably get pushed back.
December 8th is the next hearing date. I
That's
covered
racist.
the Arthur hearing.
Yeah, I thought that the trial is tentatively scheduled to start on like the 16th or the 19th.
Yeah.
So
We'll see about
it's
that.
probably gonna be pushed well into next year.
I can only imagine, but they had the Arthur hearing. I covered that one on my channel. The judge is coming back on the 8th to determine if she gets bond or not.
It's not going to happen.
I don't know about that necessarily. I would hope not.
They're not gonna let a second-degree murder suspect walk around on the streets, especially when she's got OnlyFans money to flee with.
But here's the thing: is one of the things that came out during that Arthur hearing. And by the way, if you want to check it out, it's part of my live streams over at J. Robine Law. We covered both days of that stupid Arthur hearing, which an Arthur hearing is literally just like a glorified bond hearing, because there are certain crimes in Florida that are not bond eligible, but because we do have a Sixth Amendment, you have to at least be heard. But she doesn't actually have control of any of that money. Her dad is apparently a financial manager and has control of all of her assets for the most part. She has like 12 grand total in terms of liquid money.
We call that money laundering where I come from.
We call that
Just sitting waiting for her in Barbados.
But so that was part of the argument of why she should be granted a bond, because she doesn't actually have the money to genuinely hire a smuggler to get her out of the country. But who knows?
Yeah. So, Danny, have you recovered from yesterday?
I have. I did not drink a lot, honestly. I had like
I meant for you're banning one of my people in chat. Have you recovered from that?
I don't know.
You didn't ban
Ask
them.
Pat, these amazing, beautiful chatters, these incredible community, the people I love the most. Like, you'll have to ask them if they've forgiven me. I don't know if I've recovered or not. I'll recover one day. I think all good things come in time, right? So
Well, she's here with us today, so Indigo is here. She's back.
I love you,
Didn't scare
Indigo.
her
I
away.
hope you saw my last message, and that means a lot. And yeah, no, the Florida parents, I call it the Florida parent switcheroo. That's what they did with the case of the guy who murdered his girlfriend out in the Grand Tetons. You know, the YouTubers? They basically, he wasn't arrested, but they interviewed him. Parents had control over everything. And he just went out into the woods one day and went on a family trip before doing so. And then he was found months later, or what was remaining of him was found. So, that's the old Florida switcheroo.
Hey, you know what? When there's no state income tax, it's kind of easy to hide money.
Right.
Yeah, Idaho is the same. Idaho doesn't have any state taxes. Oh, see, Indigo loves you, Danny.
Oh, because Idaho and Texas also doesn't have a state income tax, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think they do either. And Florida, I know, doesn't. So, they're just real American states. That's all. Taxation is theft.
Florida basically has no taxes at all. It's actually kind of interesting to me because it has a larger population than New York. And I think that its actual revenue is like a tenth of what New York takes in. And somehow they still manage to run the state halfway decently.
It's almost like you don't have to rob from your citizens in order to run a good government. Crazy.
That's shocking. I know, right?
Insane.
Crazy concept.
Valhalla Wait says Indigo has the right to face her accuser, Danny.
Look, give me a freaking minute, okay? I got to get my face on, because otherwise.
I was going to say, how long does it take you to get dressed? Because it's been like 20 minutes.
Every woman, it takes about an hour.
She's a woman.
And if it doesn't take them an hour, not my problem. Good for them. I'm glad they're gorgeous. Some of us take a little more time than others. Okay?
I roll out of bed, I throw a shirt and pants on, and I call it a day.
One of the pleasures of, I guess, being a man.
Yeah.
It's helpful.
Yeah.
I'm low maintenance, so that's even better.
Yeah.
We also have it really easy when it comes to professional wear because I have like 3 suits, and that's pretty much all I need.
I'm sorry. Oh, you have it easy when it comes to professional wear?
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay, good.
No.
I thought you said that girls had it easy when it comes to professional wear, and I
No,
was
no,
about
not
to
at all.
disagree with you, but I'm glad you acknowledged the struggle because it is real. Especially when I was campaigning, you have no idea how many men, women, and judges have also taken liberties at telling me what to wear before, but especially just random strangers on the street who are like, you know, you would look better with short hair, and I think you'd be more marketable. You should probably do that. And I go, oh, really? What do you do for a living? Oh, I'm a construction worker. I'm like, go back to Pornhub, honey. Like, I'm not interested in your opinion. Thank you, but no, thank you.
Well, Alyssa Ramirez with a super chat that I missed. Thank you for bringing that to my attention, Alan. I deeply apologize to you, Alyssa Ramirez. I'm from Laredo. I feel the need to apologize to everyone watching. Also, answers to all questions should be, it's Laredo.
Well, this is what we now learn.
But the trial is actually in San
That's what
Antonio.
I've come to understand. I don't know. I have people telling me I should run for a judgeship or something, but I don't want to.
I would never want to be a judge. Everybody said that to me. They're like, you know, the next step after DA is judge. And I would go, why on earth would I ever want that? They get paid decently, but it's like, oh, I just couldn't. I couldn't. I don't even like most attorneys most days. But then to have them arguing in front of me and then trying to argue with me, I just would have zero patience as a judge.
But when you're in that position, you can tell them to F off.
I'd be like Judge Judy. I'd just be this crotchety old fuck on the bench, just contempting everybody for everything, even if they were justified. I'd be the worst.
I would have fun with it.
Tell John to have a chat with Steve Gosney. Do you know Steve Gosney?
I don't believe I do.
Oh
He's
my God.
an assistant public defender. He does death penalty appeals in Florida.
Oh, you know what? He okay. I think I have actually spoken with him. He's over in Daytona, right?
Crimelaw.net. Get his free book.
Yeah.
Well, not a free book. His
he
isn't free. Broncos is free.
This was a few months ago, but we were talking about him potentially offering me a job over in Daytona, but I decided I wasn't going to leave Tampa.
Someone should let Steve know that I am looking for work at some point. Maybe I should let him know. I can take the bar in Florida. Like, I scored high enough here on the UBE at least, to pass.
Florida's different.
Different.
Florida actually. I'll tell you the honest truth on this one. So with Florida, I was licensed in New York in, I think, 19. And so my UBE score was still valid for Florida, but I still had to fly down here to take what's called Florida Day, because they have one day of the exam, which is half of your score, which is just Florida state law. And that's what keeps a lot of people out.
Well, that's how it used to be back in the day with you in Utah, back in the before all this UBE stuff that lets you be a lawyer everywhere. Apparently, you had to like take every state's bar exam. And Utah, only the multi-state would transfer. There was one day of multi-state and one day of Utah.
Yeah. So the MBE, Florida will still accept, I think, for 2 years after you take it, they'll accept the UBE for day one of the Florida bar exam. But day two, everyone has to come in and take, and it's just Florida law, which Florida law is special. I'll leave it at that. I mean, the Homestead Act alone is kind of a nightmare.
Well, I'm excited to learn all about it, study up on it, and then go ahead and transfer, because I am licensed in Arizona. Arizona's stinking easy, by the way. Just apply, and then you can take this like 12-hour course on Arizona specific law, which honestly, I think every state should start adopting, where you basically learn the specific laws of that state and you get what is essentially CLE credit for it. And then once you've accomplished that and you take the like mini tests at the end of each module, then you can be admitted. So I'm admitted to practice law there, but I really want to move out to Florida. So,
well, if you ever do, stay in touch, because the bar exam is administered at the Tampa Convention Center, which is about a 15-minute walk from where I am, and we'll get dinner or whatever.
Well, let's get dinner anyway, because I go out to Tampa pretty frequently. I love it out there, so
All right,
that'll
so
be fun.
stay in touch.
Wrestler's
All right.
mom says, I looked for Branca's free book. It's at $25. Branca's book is free. You have to pay like $8 shipping. That's at
I think the
Law of
paperback is free,
Self-Defense.
but the hardcover he charges some money for.
And Steve N. Gosney's book at crimelaw.net, that's $25. And it's worth every penny. It's a great book. With foreword by Andrew Branca and blurb on the back by Nick Rekieta.
Oh, that tells you everything you need to know.
Freaking love Nick.
I love Nick too, but he is definitely an acquired taste for some.
Yeah, some bums who don't understand what good taste is, maybe.
I don't disagree with you.
Well, talking about this trial, again,
is there anything to talk about this trial?
As we've been mentioning, they're going like with every piece of evidence they bring in, they're going about 3 times longer than they need to go.
Yes.
I mean, that body cam footage with hyperventilating cops was just excruciating yesterday.
The freaking drone footage this morning. What was the point?
Danny heard the
any of that?
hyperventilating officers. No, they chased him down the block and then cleared a 4-story parking terrace, and it took them 2.5 hours. They should have just released a couple of FOUR missiles and it would have been over in about 10 minutes. But like this guy, he literally just walked up to the 4th floor and he was just like, that's all you heard on his body cam. And they're telling him, take a breath, take a breath, take a breath. He was ready to stroke out.
That's what I want when seconds matter.
Yeah, and the poor guy just looked confused on the stand. He just kind of had this little kind of resting, I don't know what I'm doing face. Just,
God.
It was atrocious to watch that.
Even this guy today, he literally was not capable of articulating his words.
The witness or the DA?
Yeah, the witness. He sort of talked like he had a bunch of acorns in his cheeks stored up for the winter.
That was a good observation.
Like Don Corleone was enunciating more properly than he was.
Oh, this was rough. And again, this prosecutor, I'm sorry. I genuinely, the way that you literally introduced double negatives into your question, I was considering whether I was having a stroke or not.
They were telling Ortiz to take a breath because he was hyperventilating. Well, so was the cop. It could have been either one of them. Oh, so he's Herschel Walker. Ouch.
Damn.
That was harsh.
Idaho?
No, Idaho. That was nice tits and ray guns. That was good.
Valhalla awaits. I avoid the sun like the plague.
Yeah. Especially now. I mean, Korea doesn't do daylight savings. So winter is literally just you wake up in the dark, you go to work in the dark, and you come home in the dark.
Oh, that sounds absolutely lovely.
Sub to Danny on direct over here, and we've been having some J. Rabin Law
I've been
set up as well. So
mad right now. Let's see. 5844. So we might be able to get 6 grand.
Jesus, you picked up 50 subs and I've lost 2. Come on, guys.
I was actually really ticked off yesterday because I had finally gotten to 5,500, and then I woke up, I guess this was 2 days ago, and I had lost 3, and I was like, that was kind of a milestone for me. So I was annoyed by that.
Well, see, that's the thing is we get stuck to where you're just looking at your phone all day. You're looking at your app, going, "Oh, how many subs? I lost 2. Oh God, I got 1. Yay!" And it just comes. It comes in, and guys, if you, I'm sorry. I mean, we don't have any exciting gotcha moments to talk about while the jurors are all taking leaks and getting some coffee or whatnot. But if you like it here, hit the like button, subscribe to me, subscribe to Danny on at Danny on Direct and J. Rabin Law.
check
and
out
we're
my stuff.
great.
It's a lot of like kind of different sort of things. And not everything's going to be fun for everyone, but I try to keep it pretty chill for the most part. And look, if you come and join my live streams, the last 5 or 10 minutes is sometimes 20 or 30 is me just taking whatever questions you guys have. You don't need to super chat or anything. That's kind of what I've decided to do. So if you're curious,
We learn with John.
That was
anything you learn from me is purely accidental.
Well, that was the whole. So thank you very much, Palapa Kappa. She's a fantastic member of my community, and that's a running joke. Is that you're actually allowed to learn on my stream as opposed to when I was on Mike's, because his whole thing is that you're not allowed to learn. It's not about learning. This is just for entertainment purposes, and I do it a little bit differently. So
And
that's
Zach, because
whatever
I speak
my
French,
brand is, that's pretty much what it is.
Is saying, Rose, touch the lesbian good law tubes ruler. I'm pretty sure that's what that
No,
says.
it's laissez les bons.
I know, I'm just being a smartass.
Yeah, it's supposed to be laissez les bon temps rouler, which is let the good times roll.
Yeah, but it sounds funnier if you say touch
Yeah,
the
I know.
lesbian good law tubes ruler.
Oh, dear Lord.
Sounds better that way.
Speaking of learning, maybe you gentlemen, since you had so many complaints about the questions that were being asked, I have a question. Does Spanish, this is to the chat, does Spanish introduce double negatives as a question regularly? Because we do that in Korean often. And then my question
Korean
to
asks the negative questions. That, like Danny's saying, it's always the, well, didn't you do this the other day? And it's,
why wouldn't you want to
yes,
do
no,
this
yeah,
already?
no, yes, no.
Yeah.
I don't know how to answer your
I
question.
don't even know how to phrase it correctly. But yeah, there's like, didn't you, or like, you love, you didn't love her, didn't you? Like those kind of questions are totally normal in Korean. So I wonder if that's the case in Spanish. And then my question to the two attorneys is, what is a better line of questioning than, what was it he was saying yesterday? What, if anything? How would you rephrase that question?
You don't ask it.
Yeah, just leave that part off and ask the question.
And then let them
Leave the
object if they want to object. And if the judge wants you to rephrase, then you can rephrase. But the what if anything is a really lazy way of trying to take a closed question and make it seem like it's not.
I mean, what if anything did you do when you saw this is exactly the same as what did you do when you saw this. If they didn't do anything, they'll say nothing.
Right. Which, by the way, and this is, yes, Elaine, 100%, this is where it was driving me nuts. What if anything is literally just a preface to try and make a closed question seem open when it's not? So it is lazy. It's obnoxious. It makes your question less succinct. It makes it less clear. It is a terrible crutch to get into, but some judges let you get away with it, apparently, which I hate, but that is what it is.
So
and we have chat asking the very important question. Lochnav Livok says, how long does it take you to microwave Velveeta mac and cheese? Well, unlike some degenerates, I fully subscribe to the full-on pot method. Use the pot, boil the water, drain it, put the butter in, put the milk in, put the cheese powder in, mix it up. I'm not like some of these degenerates on the stream here that you
I did it for
microwave mac and
research.
cheese.
I did it purely
Don't do
for
that.
research to see what a $5 million lawsuit looks like.
Yes, tell us, John, who microwaves macaroni?
I apparently did. And apparently I am now part of a class action lawsuit brought to you by somebody from, where was it? Fort Lauderdale and Great Neck, New York. Which
Did it explode?
I actually
or
found
did
it interesting
burn, or-
because the guy from Great Neck pro-opt into Florida for this class action suit, and I'm familiar with that firm. And they are absolutely, in my personal opinion, the worst. But, you know. Apparently, because it takes more than 3.5 minutes to pour water into a plastic bowl of cheese, plastic, and ostensibly noodles, that's a $5 million lawsuit.
Well, here's an actual serious question from a normal person. Reform Mr. Sin says, so along Danny's question, if you have a judge who only wants single word objections, would you be able to say objection Elaine to object to what, if any, questions?
God, I wish so. That would be great.
If they allow it, the proper response to that is grounds.
A lot of judges don't like speaking objections, and I understand why. I mean, to some extent, it's not necessarily appropriate because you're kind of tipping your hand in front of the jury, and that's not really the way that you're supposed to comport yourself. I mean, depending upon, I had a judge that I was involved in a case in Suffolk County, New York. This is years ago. And she would actually take us into kind of the jail area on the side of the courtroom anytime there was an objection. It was just, there was no speaking objections. You leave the room, the jury stays there, and you sort stuff out. So every judge handles things a little bit differently. But I generally don't approve of speaking objections. I think you can raise the ground for the objection, but anything beyond that, I think is probably pushing your luck a little bit. You know, objection hearsay, that's fine. But
now,
objection hearsay because he's saying X, Y, Z, okay, now that's a speaking objection. You're testifying at that stage of the game.
Rose, the proper question is this lawful law? That's the proper question.
No, it's never lawful law.
What's a microwave? That's the thing that heats up hot dogs.
A microwave is apparently alien technology that we discovered sometime during the 1960s, probably after the Roswell incident.
That's exactly what I was going to say after Roswell. That's exactly what I was just going to say.
Actually, it was a government contract through Skunk Works that was going on at the same time as Roswell. Roswell was a deflection from the top secret military work that was being contracted out at the same time in White Sands and also in the proving grounds of Nevada and Utah. The microwave first patent that I'm aware of belongs to Raytheon, whom I used to work for, or who I used to work for.
Yeah, my understanding of the history was that they had a magnetron and somebody happened to walk past it and it melted a chocolate bar in their pocket.
That's hilarious.
So they had a transformer?
Magnetron.
Yeah.
Raytheon.
So you can look it up. I'm 90% sure that was basically, they had a magnetron in operation and one of the researchers walked past it, had a chocolate bar in their pocket, and it started to melt slightly. And they're like, wait, we could actually cook things with this?
So you're telling me that Raytheon invented the microwave gun, which they also owned the patent to, before they invented the actual microwave. That doesn't surprise me at all.
No, and I mean the microwave gun itself is basically just a crowd controlled device.
Mm-hmm. With a
well, they do have that now. That is they do have that weapon technology now, where they basically just blast microwaves at people, and if you get too hot, if you get too close, it heats you up.
You feel like you're cooking, even though you're actually not. It's supposed to be technically actually pretty much harmless. It's just very unpleasant.
So it is technically harmless because Geneva Convention or something like that. But there is a lethal setting. They use microwave guns also to take down like drones at close range. And yeah, just start little minor fires. I don't know.
Like the old, the Project Thor, the rods from God.
Oh, I haven't heard about this. Tell me.
So the International Weapons Convention does not allow biological, chemical, or nuclear weapons in space. Okay. So the United States military, in conjunction with, I think, Lockheed, came up with a program called Project Thor, where they basically take telephone pole-sized tungsten rods and put them into orbit. And it's not nuclear, it's not chemical, it's not biological. They just literally drop it from space, and whatever it hits, it hits.
Ouch.
Oh.
Well, I do know
So
you
they
shouldn't
never
put metal in
actually
microwaves.
implemented the idea, but it was funded to the tune of quite a bit of money for a period of time.
Well, so if you blasted this gigantic dropping tungsten rod with microwaves, would that like cause the atmosphere to just explode and evaporate in flames?
I believe that when they were doing the estimates, they suggested that it had sort of the equivalent of like a 200 kiloton nuclear weapon when it actually hit, because it's going to get hot, it is heavy, and it's literally falling from space, and there is no way that you can deter it because it's literally just being dropped from orbit.
Yeah,
Well,
they just
tungsten
made
is
it their own
ridiculously
asteroid.
flammable too.
It's also ridiculously heavy. So yeah, they basically, that was the whole idea, was that for any given period of time, they were going to put together a constellation so that within about 2 hours anywhere on Earth, they could literally just drop a telephone pole from space and blow up whatever the hell it hit.
God, even these court breaks are ridiculously long.
Yeah, but we're at least having some interesting conversation as a result of it.
I hope so. I'm just like scared that everybody's gonna be like, yeah, fuck it, we're out.
By the way,
Court's
not for
doing
nothing,
anything.
the Star Wars project ultimately succeeded, which a lot of people, were making fun of that. The idea that you can use lasers to shoot down guided missiles.
It was successful before.
We've
it
got
began.
movie sign. Dr. Bunsen Honeydew taking the bench again.
All right, we're ready for the jury, Mr. Alanis. Oh no, the defendant's not out yet. 1 second.
Jesus. Where's the defendant?
He's
Has anybody seen the defendant? He's running. He's running again.
He's in the side of. Someone check the truck beds.
All right, this is your last chance, everybody. 780 likes. Let's get up to 800 likes.
Yes, sir.
And then make sure you hit
Do
that
you have the
subscribe
exhibit?
button. Subscribe to J. Robine Law and
Oh, I've admitted
subscribe to Danny
any
on
keep it
Direct as well.
5852. We might be able to get to 6K.
Is the transcript and translation. So
He's
Bro, I'm
busy
just
killing
trying to
a
get
hooker
to
under a
1,000
bridge.
K.
put this on the record. Is for you to read along.
His beaker, his
So the
bailiff.
jury's not distracted,
Probably.
so you have to read along. And wherever there's a translation, you'll pause it briefly.
No, you know who he reminds me of is
Read.
Waldorf from The Muppet Show.
Statler
Well, he's
and
going to
Waldorf.
read the Spanish portion that comes out in English, the translation.
Michael Cavernos, did you hear about the American woman who
Right.
got killed in
An
Mexico?
example.
I heard it happened. I didn't hear anything else. They want a woman from North Carolina extradited. Her
And
friends
some of it may be
literally
some-
recorded it happening. Oh, I haven't heard that
let's see.
update. I just heard an
Oh.
American in Mexico died.
Jesus.
Dark.
Like here. Okay.
well,
well,
Very
they-
dark.
well, no, you're not going to. Whenever Bueno comes out on the video, because they're not going to have a transcript. So if they don't understand Spanish, they're going to rely on this document.
Only read the English.
Correct. But where there's a
You could
Spanish
not
word,
have done
you
this
what-
during
what-
the
what-
20
what-
minutes
what-
that
could be right next to it.
you were behind the scenes.
Like
You
here,
couldn't have
pero,
done
you can
this
say, but,
4 months ago in
and then here,
pre-trial.
obviously, no te iba a hacer
You
caso.
could not have done
Obviously,
this
she was not going to be obeyed,
ever.
Oh, he's a tall
because
guy.
It's Texas, and
No
this
sabes,
is
you
a
don't know.
predictable issue,
Let me know when.
Yeah.
To do that, or
probably
So you have
forever.
to be listening and following along so you can.
I mean, when did Texas become a state? Like 1813? You had about 200 years to figure this out, folks.
Just to make sure, yeah, and if you have a doubt on to where you're at, ask for clarification. And so there was not only no objection. There
I
was
mean,
an
I don't
agreement
know if they
from the
necessarily
defense and the state
anticipated the
to
Spanish
allow the
American
witness
War,
to
but
read the English portion of the translation to the jury from the exhibit.
All right, we get to see some of the confession video.
45. Sorry, I was off by about 30 years.
Okay.
You still had
Let's
150
wait
years
for
to
Mr.
figure
Perez
this
to
out.
step that again. Oh, okay.
Look for
I'll
the
send you before I bring
bicycle in the
jury. You
basement of
ready,
the
sir?
Alamo.
Okay.
Kiwi Herman fans out there will get that.
All right, let's bring the jury in now, please.
It's in the basement. Negan just breaks out his barbed wire baseball bat and crushes this dude's skull.
I'm sorry, call her by her proper name. It's Lucille.
Yeah. And we've got like one of the monkeys from the '60s here, just in front of him.
That is a perfect one.
It's like Mike Nesmith.
To that. I was thinking maybe one of the Beatles, but that works too.
There, we have a Pee Wee Herman fan here. Bellander said, "There's no basement in the Alamo." That was such a great movie. Pee Wee's Big Adventure is literally, I mean, right up there with like Godfather, Godfather 2, Wizard of Oz. Like Pee Wee's Big Adventure is literally one of the best movies ever made.
That Rube Goldberg contraption captured way too much of my childhood.
All right, at the beginning when he's making breakfast.
Yep. I tried to build so many of those when I was a kid.
Okay, I'll give you, he looks more Mickey Dolenz than he does Mike Nesmith. Okay. Now, Davey had the nice hair. This guy's got the wild Mickey Dolenz hair. Not to be confused with Rachel Dolezal, who looks nothing like the monkeys. But she has started an OnlyFans, so.
Did she now?
I'm going to explain briefly to the jury what we are going to do so they understand. There's
My faith in humanity has not risen.
It's a transcript. It has some translation.
Does she have sex with white guys and call it biracial?
No.
And for our witness, wherever the translation portion
Well, that's the end of my YouTube channel.
The exhibit will be available for
I'm not big enough to survive that.
But at this time, so that everyone can be able to observe the video.
He has weirdly small hands.
You may proceed, sir.
All right, here we go. The confession.
Before we broke,
No, stop
we were
prefacing
talking about
things.
the interview of Juan David Ortiz and the confession. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At approximately what time? You have a timeline, correct?
Can I have my stapler?
Okay,
Give me
now
my
if you can
stapler.
refer to that
If you touch my
timeline.
stapler again, I'm going to burn the house down.
You
With
mean
my
the one that
stapler.
they finally
Or if you
objected to,
recall.
and you're going to read from again because they're not going to object again?
Did the interview
That one.
of Juan David Ortiz begin?
3:21 a.m.
Ooh, that's early.
Okay. And who was present?
I was present along with Ranger E.J. Salinas.
And describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the setting and whether Mr.
Danny
Ortiz
DeVito.
was
Okay. He's kind of a Danny
restrained,
DeVito
or
looking
if
judge.
he was restrained, how was he restrained? And if you can paint the room for us.
It's a simple room with a table and a couple of chairs. And he was sitting toward the entrance and he was restrained in the front, I believe, if I recall.
He was handcuffed.
Yes.
Where was he handcuffed? On his hands, on his feet? Just on his,
Oh my
how was he
God,
handcuffed? Was he shackled?
Oh my
recall,
God.
I recall the handcuffs.
Question is,
I don't
where
recall
was
the
he
shackles, but
handcuffed?
He might have been, but I recall the handcuffs.
Presumably his hands.
And where were you?
One might
I
assume.
was sitting in front of Mr. Ortiz.
On the opposite side of the table?
No, same side of the table.
Oh,
And what about Ranger Salinas?
He was sitting to my right.
Okay. And what is the first thing that you all do when you walk in?
Were they furry handcuffs?
We introduced
Yeah.
ourselves and
That's a
Ranger
waste of good
Salinas
handcuffs.
brought out the rights and read him his rights.
Okay. What was his demeanor when you began speaking to him?
did he have
Probably
a twinkle in his
displeased.
I'm
eye?
talking about Juan David Ortiz. What was Juan David Ortiz's demeanor?
Oh, no shit, Sherlock.
He was
He was under arrest, so I imagine not happy.
he wasn't really one way or the other.
Well, let me
He
ask you
wasn't
this.
excitable,
Let
he
me be
wasn't.
more specific. Was he angry?
He did not seem angry. No,
Was he being violent?
no, he was not being violent at all.
Was he being calm?
He seemed calm. Yes.
What are you asking?
Okay.
Oh, I know what he's doing. He's trying to say that he knowingly
You said that
and
the
consciously waived his
Ranger
rights.
read
He's
him
trying
his
to
rights,
set the
correct?
mental stage
Correct.
of the defendant, I think.
And how did
Because the defense
Juan
is saying
David
it was
Ortiz
coerced.
acknowledge those rights?
He refused to sign the
He
paper.
said he understood. He nodded his head and he said,
Okay. So he nodded his head.
yes.
Okay. And we showed
See,
the
this
rights
goes to
earlier,
work.
right? The Texas Ranger form has been admitted. Was he asked to sign those acknowledgments?
He was asked to sign the acknowledgments, yes.
Okay, and then what if anything happened?
He refused to sign.
Okay. After he refused to
That
sign,
sounds like not giving consent.
What happened?
To interrogation.
We continued talking.
Okay.
He was asked if he understood. He said, and we continued the interview.
Was he cooperating when you first began speaking with him?
He was speaking and he was talking, but he wasn't being cooperative, no.
What was the first thing he said when you, tell us, what was the first thing you asked him when you sat down there? How do you start your interview?
Objection, hearsay.
We introduce ourselves, and normally I ask if they know why they're there.
We exchange phone numbers.
Meeting, why we're talking.
Okay. And what was his response?
He claimed not to know.
Oh, what can you do you
I asked him what his Roblox account
you remember
was.
him saying you remember him saying you already know?
Yes, I do.
Did at any time did he say that?
Yes, he did.
How did he say that? Explain it to me or to the jury.
Oh my God.
That was his response, and when we asked if we knew why he was here and why we needed to talk to him, you already know. Was one of his responses.
One of his responses was, "You already know."
Yes.
Okay. So how does it start? What do you begin? What does he begin telling you?
I believe we bring up Erica first, Erica Pena.
Well, before that, is there? Do you establish any sort of rapport with him?
We ask about his background.
Okay,
ask
well,
him
let's
questions.
don't get ahead of us. Let's start at the beginning. How does it? How does?
I think it'd be very
Oh,
difficult for anybody
a
to
typical
not get ahead
interview
of
and what
you.
you did on this case to establish rapport.
We ask what he does, what his name is, address, where he lives, just basic information to get to know who he is. And his responses were, "You already know."
Okay. And eventually, does he share with you a little bit about his background?
Eventually, he starts sharing about his background.
Okay. And what do you learn about his background?
That he was in the Navy, and that he was a corpsman attached to a Marine unit, and that he served overseas.
Okay. What else did you learn about his background, his education, his training?
That he had a degree of higher education, and that he had lived out of Laredo and had moved to Laredo at some point.
Okay. Did he tell you that he had a master's degree?
He did, yes.
Okay. Did he tell you his employment?
Eventually, yes.
Okay. And what was that employment?
Border Patrol agent.
United States Border Patrol.
Correct.
Okay. So how long does the report last? Establishing report.
It takes a while.
Okay.
It wasn't quick.
Nothing is quick in this trial.
What is the first topic that you guys want to talk to him about?
Didn't you literally already
We
ask
brought
that?
up the issue with Erica that had happened the night before.
Okay.
Erica Pena.
Okay. And how do you bring it up?
We asked if he knew her. And
My ears hurt. Had to
he
switch
explained what
headphones.
happened.
What was his response to knowing Erica?
He said he didn't know any Erica, that the only Erica he knew was from back home somewhere. I think he said Gladys Porter High School or something to that effect, but that he didn't know any Erica in Laredo, only from back wherever his hometown is.
So he said in Brownsville at Gladys Porter High School, he knew an Erica.
Yeah,
Annie will be back. She's changing devices.
So he denied knowing Erica Pena.
He
I'm gonna
initially
run out of
denied
cigarettes at this
knowing
point.
Erica Pena. Yes.
Did you all ask him about any of the items that were found or left in his truck?
Yes, we did.
What items were those?
There was a bag and there was some contents in the bag, like a woman's bag.
There were some contents
a
in the
woman's
bag.
purse. Would that be
yes.
more specific?
Correct. Yes, it was
Okay.
a woman's purse.
You remember what color that woman's purse was?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Is any of this relevant to literally anything?
Who asks a hooker her name?
A weirdo.
Fair enough, yeah. Not yet. John, don't ask questions you don't want to know the answer to.
That is a fair point.
This is State's Exhibit 3. State's Exhibit 3.
That looks like a 4.
State's Exhibit.
Looks like a beer can and that purse, that bag.
Correct. And State's Exhibit 4. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
So you ask him about that purse?
We asked him about what they had seen in the back of his, what was seen in the back of his truck inside his Dodge.
What is his response to that?
He claimed that he didn't have any knowledge of it.
That he didn't have any knowledge, or he didn't know who it belonged to?
That he didn't. I don't remember verbatim what he said, but he claimed there wasn't anything of his.
What did he say about Erica initially?
Erica.
About Erica.
About Erica, that he didn't know her, that he didn't know any Erica in Laredo. Like I said, that the only Erica he knew was from his hometown. That he didn't know what we were talking about.
Okay. Permission to publish disc 1, Your Honor. State 104.
Yes, you may.
We're trying to get there, Freeformed. We'll get there
116?
eventually,
What
I
is that
think.
exhibit in your hands?
Transcripts of Juan David ORTIZ video recorded interview, State's Exhibit 116.
I mean,
116. Okay, that's
it might not be before the heat death of the universe.
To the beginning. This is an official certified transcript.
Anyway, his lawyers bring up jury nullification like Brooks. No, lawyers will not bring up jury nullification because they wouldn't be lawyers much longer if they did.
Not unless they particularly like the idea of jail.
So I want to direct your attention to disc 1 on the transcript. Are you there, disc 1?
I'm on disc 1, yes, sir.
Okay.
Disc 1. God damn it! Stop that.
I'm gonna.
What is the defense? The defense so far just seems to be one, we don't have to prove anything, and two, he was the confession was coerced, and three, there's been procedural.
Is there audio
errors.
recording in this video?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's about right.
Okay. Do I have the volume turned up?
And fun fact, that actually can work.
Yeah, you can move forward.
Maybe not in this case, but we've seen crazier things.
I don't think that bulletproof vest is really helping that guy at all.
I thought that was a sports bra.
Who's there?
It kind of is. It's a bulletproof sports bra.
On the left is Lieutenant Nunez. On the right is Investigator Noe Gonzalez.
Okay. Gonzalez is the SWAT officer.
He was one of the SWAT officers when he was at the sheriff's office, yes.
I'm glad I'm channeling the chat.
It's midterm. Only 2 C's? I think he's a triple C thick dude.
Oh my god.
What is the current time right now
This
in that
gets
room?
stupider.
It says 250. That would be
Has to
250
protect the
AM.
man boobs. Moob plate holders.
This is close to 3 in the morning.
Correct.
Equipment guy did it on purpose. I snorted.
Can we adjust the volume because we can't hear?
God damn it.
It's tough because there are 4 people dead, but for the love of God, I can't take this seriously.
One size fits all. Well, I'm glad I made your day, Joe. Daenerys Targaryen here on stream now. Welcome, Danny.
Hello. Thanks for having me back. Sorry. Oh, he's handcuffed. Oh, where'd he go?
He's making a break for it.
Oh
he's back. He teleported. It's the fucking Philadelphia experiment
He
here.
didn't make that far. He didn't make it that far.
Oh my gosh, the Philadelphia experiment. If nobody has actually watched, what is the movie called that
The Philadelphia experiment.
the Philadelphia experiment? No one else has watched that except for me. I feel like it was like in the 1970s. And I remember being, or maybe 80s, but I was terrified of that movie. I was like, the government can just teleport you and put half your body into a ship. He actually teleports to the salt flats. That was the key part I remember.
Well, in a few weeks on my Unexplained stream, we're going to be doing a full show on the Philadelphia experiment.
I can't wait to watch it. I love
I
Farron.
love the Philadelphia experiment.
It's fun. It's interesting.
It was also came out 8 years before I was born.
Hey, you young whippersnappers. We need to bring back the word whippersnappers.
Jeff was watching it on his 50th birthday. Sorry, I'm a jerk. You can
That's a good one.
punish
You're
me
my girl,
later.
Danny. You can say whatever you want. Just don't ban my chatters.
Sorry. I don't know. I'm sorry.
They contacted the IT personnel to come here. They'll be here in a few minutes.
Jeez, Danny, spoilers.
We've
Well,
contacted the IT people to come here.
Or
They'll be
are
here
we
in a few
actually going to
minutes.
watch 10 hours of this?
We're watching a few minutes for the IT guys to show up.
John, are you not entertained?
Jeff was watching the moon landing on his 50th. Okay, freaks. Literally my earliest childhood memory is watching one of the moon landings. I believe it was the 73 moon landing.
Shut
I remember climbing out of my crib. I literally remember climbing out of my crib with a teddy bear in my hand, walking down the stairs and watching a moon landing, and the power went out and my dad freaked the fuck out.
I think my parents were still in grade school.
Who's the Bee Gees guy in the background?
No, that's Mickey Dolenz from the Monkees.
Oh, okay. Now I get what you guys were referring to. I just thought you were
Yeah.
being like ever so slightly racist, but I wasn't
And that's-
looking down at my
no.
phone.
Oh, Jesus, Danny.
You can't be racist against the British.
And that's Negan over there, and right behind this guy is Dick Cheney.
Right behind him?
That's a good one too. That's a good call.
Right behind him is Dick Cheney.
Oh yeah, that is a good Dick Cheney. I was also
Yeah,
going to say
Dick Cheney, Negan, and Mickey Dolenz from the Monkees.
my
I was like
earliest
3
memory.
years old. I didn't really see it. That's literally all I remember was like the lander coming down, the power going out just before it touched down, and my dad going apeshit.
I'd go ape shit. Are you kidding me?
I think my grandfather was an executive at RCA at the time, and they bought a television just for that.
Karl Rove. He could also be a good Karl Rove.
He would be a Karl Rove. That's a good one too.
2:53, 52 seconds.
What time do you walk
Yeah,
in?
smash the
Or what
like,
time do you start
guys.
your interview?
Best chat
We start our
ever.
interview at
My first beer was
3:21.
when I was 5. I
So there's
remember
still gonna
that.
be there'll be some.
That's what you did back then. Dad would always let you finish off the last
some dead
swallow
time
of
for now,
warm
right?
beer in the
That's gonna
can.
happen.
correct.
So you basically were drinking your father's spit.
Yeah.
Gross. Nasty. My
While the
earliest
video
memory.
plays, I'll go ahead and I'll be asking you some questions regarding the progression of the interview, and then we'll come back and we'll play the video. Just answer the questions to the best of your ability. If you have to refer to your notes, refer to your notes.
Why was he
This was
asking
a
how he
long
was sitting with
10-hour
him when it's
interview,
apparent in the
Correct.
video?
After he denies knowing
We don't ask questions.
Erica,
anymore.
what do you get into?
We get into the murders that we had been investigating.
See? Reform knows what it's like back in the day.
My first beer is
What
when
is
my
his
little brother and I
initial
wanted soda and just started
response
drinking everything in the
to
fridge.
The murders, and be more specific. How do you approach this?
It
if
was
you can
not
recall?
delicious.
Do you use it? Do you
I didn't
like
drink until college, pretty much,
dates,
or senior
crime
year of high
scenes,
school.
names?
I was
Always
LDS, so I didn't drink
Names, we
until I was
asked
26.
names. I believe we brought up Melissa Ramirez, asking if he knew who Melissa Ramirez was.
Do you? Let's talk about his demeanor at this time. Okay.
Have we not done that already?
And I
we
want to
did.
ask you if you notice anything unusual or anything as far as in distress.
He already
or
said
mental
no.
Distress in Mr. Ortiz.
He didn't seem to be in any distress, no.
Any delusions,
No,
hallucinations,
no.
auditory manifestations.
How would
Didn't
he
seem
know?
to, no.
Can
Was
I
he
order a
oriented as to
DoorDash
time?
to deliver a cake saying
Yes.
asked and
Place.
answered
Yes,
and deliver it to the
Situation.
courthouse?
yes.
John, you can always get me a DoorDash anytime. Like anytime.
Was there anything to indicate to you that he was not
I accept
mentally
food as a simping method. I'm
able
just
to
saying it to
understand
the chat. If you're
what was going on?
interested, hit me up.
Any indicators?
I had no indicators to believe that.
Have you had the occasion to encounter people who are going through any sort of mental distress
Yes, I have.
in your time as a law enforcement officer?
Did
Correct,
he
yes, sir.
did he have a
Did
good
he
DM
display
that
any
morning?
symptoms to you or signs?
His
I know you're not a doctor.
did he
but just
tell
to
you
the
what his
plain
type
eye,
was?
Did he display any signs of mental
What's his
illness
ideal
or
date?
disorder or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. That being said, did you inquire into his health?
I believe Ranger.
What is
Kelly
the relevance
spoke
of any of
about
this?
Yes, during the interview.
Okay.
I just
God,
called
even the
it.
murderer
Beginning of
is
the
falling
interview.
asleep.
It was toward the beginning.
Just
Yes.
called
Did
it.
Mr. Ortiz discuss his
Allegedly.
physical health or mental health or
Did he
emotional
discuss
health,
his BM that morning?
psychological
I freaking
health?
called it.
Did he share that with you?
I remember him talking about PTSD and some of the issues he had from the military.
Okay. Did he explain to you that he had began receiving services in February of 2018 at the VA?
In Laredo, yes.
Yes.
Send me all the pizzas.
February of
I like
2018,
everything.
and we're in September of
Pie
2018.
made some good
Right.
pizza back in
Correct.
the day.
So approximately 5 to 6 months.
pie's
before
kinda gone
he
downhill
started
quite a
receiving
bit.
services from the VA.
Yes, sir.
He
I
also
had
explained to
PTSD,
you that
so I
he
had to
had been in the
murder all these
military and
prostitutes.
deployed in Iraq.
Yes.
And when was that?
That was in the,
In what year was he in Iraq? Do you recall?
I don't recall off the top of my head, but it was earlier in the 2000s,
Was it like in 03?
around there, yes.
Okay. And also, were you able to determine how long at this point in time, on September the 14th of 2018, how long he had been employed with the United States Border Patrol?
Yes.
How long?
I don't recall, but we did go over that. It was several years,
Approximately 9 years,
approximately.
give or take.
He was a supervisory agent.
I would
Where
do
was
this
he-
to an
where was the
adversarial
supervisory agent?
witness
Where?
to get them
At
tripped
the
up.
Border Intelligence Center.
The
in
BIC, the BIC.
They call it the BIC, yes.
If you've been watching
What
from
happens
the
at the
very
BIC?
beginning, I actually
At the
think that
BIC,
he's doing
it's
the
a
defensive
building
job for them.
housed in
I
a
couldn't
work
hear you, John.
compound, and it's their
If you've been
Border
watching from the
Intelligence Center,
beginning, I
intelligence sharing.
actually think that he's doing the defense's
So they
job
work
for
with
them
federal,
and has
state, and
been
local
all
law
morning.
enforcement and sharing intel.
Correct.
Like I said,
Protecting
this is
the border.
I cannot
Protecting
think
the
of a
United
better
States.
way to discredit
Correct,
my
yes.
own
Enforcing
witness.
the laws.
Yes, sir.
And he was a supervisor there.
He was a supervisor
Jeff,
for
did
one of the
he have
intelligence areas.
his supervising attorney argue the admissibility of the confession?
He just said it was coerced.
No, the supervising attorney for the DA.
We're gonna take
The
a
one
break
who's
so we
answering
can
the
take care of this
question.
audio issue,
Nope.
and
He
then we'll
didn't?
resume. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Like I said, I think this is just a training case for the DA.
Excuse you for a few minutes, or that we
I
can take care
mean,
of-
yeah, why not train on a quadruple homicide?
to discuss back to the
That
Oh,
seems
Jesus
like-
Christ, they're putting the jury out again
No, don't. Oh, God. Help me.
so they can deal with technical issues.
No, please stop. And yes, when I think organizing a functional prosecutor's office, I think, yeah, let's give the trainee the quadruple homicide of a federal official. That seems like the perfect case to train on.
To be fair, the families didn't want to seek the death penalty.
You may be seated.
And there was a confession. I'm thinking they were thinking this was going to be a lot easier. Despite the gravity of the crime, it was going to be an easier slam dunk case than it's turned into because they put a less experienced prosecutor on the case.
Less experienced is a very generous way of saying fundamentally incompetent. I genuinely think that a first-year trial ad candidate would do better than what he has been doing just from what I've seen in the last 2.5 hours.
Well, look, it's 11 a.m. there, and they have not done a damn thing. They've shown some drone footage. That's it.
Yes.
That's not true. We established that he was comfortable and not
Twice, at
angry
least.
and not experiencing a psychotic episode somehow.
And he was,
the witness
he was
not
handcuffed
hearing the
by
voices
his
in
hands.
Yeah. The interrogator was not hearing the voices in the defendant's head. We've established that.
He was sitting on the same side of the table as the defendant while he was interrogating him.
I will
And
put it this way. If I were the county DA, I would be seriously contemplating how many months I have before the next election right now.
as long as you have money, you can win a DA's race. So
Oh,
this
saucy.
it doesn't matter how incompetent the DA is.
But
yeah, but I don't necessarily think that this is one of Soros's back pocket people.
You
But
wouldn't
again,
think
Danny-
so. Hold on. You would not think so, right? Except they all fundraise through Act Blue, which is
That's
a
true.
funded crowdsourcing type PAC that they all check into. And then if there's spending limits, what they'll do is they'll make sure that their party gets a certain amount of money. And then each candidate will transfer some of their donations to the other candidates around them. This is going to be in my second video, so y'all should subscribe and check out my discussion of the way that real politics work in political races, especially local races where all the magic and all the fireworks actually happen. So although a prosecutor may not seem like a Soros DA, I would highly recommend there's a great article that I used in my campaign that I'll have to link down for your mods to check out. It was produced by a couple criminology experts.
Same thing. Not quite the same thing.
It's morning. This is why I don't do shows in the morning. Anyway, I only do it for you because I love you, Jeff. And anyway, this incredible article breaks down what makes a Soros DA and how you can recognize almost immediately whether or not someone classifies as a Soros-backed DA. But Soros isn't the only one.
That means that they don't, you can tell it very easily. They don't prosecute anything.
Well, they do. It's a very
And at least in
selective
Florida, we fire their
prosecution.
asses.
In Florida, yes. Florida, you have a freaking god king of a governor who just goes in
And a pretty decent
firebombs
constitution.
people. And a very decent constitution. We don't have that same constitution here in Utah. So anyway, I'll shut up now.
Well, I mean, in fairness
it literally was
to
my
you,
town
Danny.
where we fired this asshole, and forget even the abortion stuff or the trans rights stuff. He would not prosecute criminal trespass on commercial properties in the city of Tampa.
Oh, I know. And he probably was like pitching to his far left fans, being like police brutality and Black Lives Matter, and probably was all on that whole bandwagon until an actual like hate crime happened, and then he probably looked the other way, because that's what these prosecutors do. They are. I agree with you. They are wholly incompetent.
In a fantastic moment of genuine clarity, DeSantis fired the asshole. And that led to one of the cases that I covered, where the new DA, who's brought in on a temporary basis, fantastic judge, was a family court judge for like 20 years, and suddenly is like, you know what? We're actually going to start enforcing the death penalty in this county again.
Well, hang on here. I got a few super chats here to plow through. Larax, you young whippersnapper. One of my early memories was watching the Gemini space flights live on TV. Wow. Okay, Terry Shaw, we at least got the foam. Well, it's better than nothing, I guess, when you're a toddler and drinking beer. Legendary Racing, 37-year-old dude in Oklahoma died in his sleep on his wedding night. What's the odds it was his wife?
Probably more likely than not.
Well, I hope it was registered. I hope they turned in their registration papers before then. Lancelot, 652, says the state is being clever to get around the jury. They're just using the trial itself as his life sentence. That's just about right. But in fairness to what you were saying, Danny, about money winning elections, your opponent had multiples of your vast war chest, and you were still within 8 percentage points of him.
Yeah.
Bro, and I bankrupted him. That was one of my goals. He went from almost $500,000 in his war chest down to like 98,000, but barely even that. That was 98,000 7 days prior to the election. And I know for a fact that he started buying way more TV and radio ads, leading up to day of, which it didn't matter because the Republicans didn't come out to vote. So whatever.
You done good, Danny.
Thank you.
I mean, Lee Zeldin's probably in New York the reason why the Congress flipped over. I mean, that was actually worthwhile. And I was a big supporter of Lee Zeldin. So he didn't win, unfortunately, but he definitely brought out a ton of people in upstate New York that might not have shown up. So it depends very much on your jurisdiction. I mean, he's one of very few people that I've actually donated to over the years, and I think that he would have been fantastic, but whatever. Hochul's an absolute joke. But
while we've got this going on here, we've got 1,013 concurrent viewers and 871 likes, so we can get up to 900 real quick. Let's get up to 900 real quick before we get on back. And please subscribe to my channel if you haven't already done so. And while you're doing it, go over to J. Robin Law. I did it again, J. Robin Law, and subscribe to him. He's doing good numbers. And make sure you're also subscribing to Danny on Direct.
5862. We're almost at $6,000. That would be fantastic, guys.
Only if you say please, Legal Vices. Please hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe button. That'll do wonders. And I guess we can do a individual midstream grift here while the IT guys figure out how to push play on this ancient compact disc technology they were talking about earlier. Coming up for me tomorrow, my first stream will be O.J. Simpson rehashing, so you can get a good look at what it's like with real competent lawyers. F. Lee Bailey, one of the greatest defense lawyers ever to walk planet Earth. We've been watching him. He's going to be doing some cross-examination with police officers. We're going to be getting into Barry Scheck in a few weeks. Fantastic stuff. Friday is my Fuck It Friday stream where we just say, fuck it, I get drunk. You give me $100 super chats. We drink $100 super chat gets shots of a 21-year-old Glengoyne whiskey. And the aggregate $100 shots is the very, very slightly lesser top shelf whiskey, the Dalmore 15. We have a great lineup of people coming. Ozzy Overlord, Steph the Alternerd, Joe Neerman, Fair and Balanced, Meme Copium, Andy Signor, Radix Verum, It's the T-Man, Megan Fox.
If you ever
Flux
felt
will
like
be
inviting
here.
me, I'll show up.
You've got a stream to do, boy. But I will invite you for the pre-stream. And we'll be doing that and until I get too liquored up. And I guess John will be popping in to say howdy for a bit before he does the entire stream Friday. He's gonna take this shit show on his shoulders for the entire day.
I didn't agree to that.
Well, you did now. Nobody will be doing it or John will be doing it because
apparently I will be doing it. This is going to probably be the end of me, but oh well. I wanted to cover a bunch of I have an entire presentation on stupid class action lawsuits to follow up the mac and cheese thing, but I guess this is going to be my life for the next few days.
Well, other than this, what do you got coming up in the near future, John?
Like I said, I did the mac and cheese one, and some people sent me a bunch of other really stupid class action lawsuits. So I'm going to probably go through those one by one. Everything from Starbucks apparently putting too much ice in their drinks to Smash Burgers not actually having double the meat. Because as a general rule, the consumer is fundamentally an idiot.
No,
one of my favorite Simpsons episodes is the one with the warning on the lawnmower: do not place your face near the blades when moving. It's like, see,
I actually have a case. I actually have a case where a wood chipper says do not insert limbs into wood chipper while operating. I actually have a washing machine that says do not let children play in or around washing machine. Door will lock.
Okay,
These
but
are
here's
real things.
I'm gonna go full Super Saiyan Karen here for a second. All right. This shit pisses me off. You go to Starbucks for a drink, not for ice. If I wanted that much ice, I'd ask for that much ice. If I wanted to consume a product with double meat, it better as hell have double meat in it. Otherwise, why are you advertising it to me that way? I will not come back. I do want a refund. And yes, I will speak to your manager. Thank you, please. The end. So yes,
I kind of have to agree
these
with
kind
you
of
there.
class action lawsuits are full of Karens like me who are equally pissed off. What does shock me is how the box hair dye companies aren't being sued up the wazoo. Like, you watch these hair dye failures and it is just dramatic. I was able to sub for Danny, but having issues with John. Oh, please help John.
Help Cool Frog, help John.
Help Cool Frog, help John. Everybody sub to John.
Yeah, I've seen a few of those where they put the chemicals on their head and it like burns their head or melts their hair to their heads. I mean, that looks pretty horrific.
Did you see the woman that decided to use Gorilla Glue?
Yeah, that was genius.
Okay, but like, honestly, Gorilla Glue isn't that far off from the ingredients that are in those box dyes. Like, do not put the box dye on your hair.
There's a solution to that. Let me tell you.
I'm just saying
paid for
that
shampoo in 15 years.
I'm rapidly reaching the point where I think we should just take all of the warning labels off of everything and let God sort it out.
No,
Can't say I disagree with that.
No, don't do that. Don't, like.
Sort of like Hunger Games for products.
Yeah, I'm in. Let's do it. Darwin Awards for Dunning-Kruger. Perfectly said. Dunning-Kruger meets Darwin Awards. Let's do it. And let's chlorinate the gene pool a little bit.
See, she knows what I'm talking about.
I just,
Yellow, orange, and red.
At some point, when you literally have, I looked at my microwave the other day, and it says, "Do not put animals in microwave." That should not be a required warning.
Yeah, Julie Danny, are you a Brad Mondo watcher?
Absolutely, and I would highly recommend that everyone watch him by watching.
Who or
Brad
what
Mondo.
is a Brad Mondo?
Look at this. I dyed my own roots, and it looks flawless because of Brad Mondo. So
who or what is Brad Mondo?
Brad Mondo is a fabulous hairdresser who lives in New York, and he does reviews.
That's the ones I was seeing when I was talking about seeing all the horrible burn victims. Okay, yeah, I've seen that guy. I like that guy.
Yeah, he does reviews of like hair dye, like DIY hair stuff failures.
Yeah.
And it is hilarious.
Yeah, that's where I was telling you I saw all the horror stories. That was on his channel. I just didn't know what his name was.
But he also has excellent tutorials, and you can learn a lot about toner and different ways to mix your hair dyes and science and all of that. It's a lot of fun.
That is
I
a
just like watching
topic
people
that
do
does
stupid
absolutely nothing for me, but I will take your word for it.
It's actually pretty fun to watch because you get to watch dumb people do really stupid things.
Oh, it's
I
hilarious.
do that for a living. I'm a civil defense attorney.
Fair enough. Oh, God. It is now 10 minutes after 11, and the IT guys are still apparently working on technical issues to push a fucking play button. Ugh.
She needs to be a hair attorney. That is brilliant. I should start marketing myself as like a class action hair attorney lawyer.
Cool Frog says Brad has 7.62 million subs. How ridiculous is that? Yeah.
He's got that camera quality. His production is on point. His stories are great. His ideas are inventive. Like, he's entertaining. He earned it. Good for him.
Julie O says, well, a T28 doesn't fix it, ladies.
I don't know what any of these things
T14,
are.
T18, those are permanent hair dyes. I did use it in toning my hair, and you can see it's nice and neutral toned, but you do need to be extremely careful. Do not go higher than like a 20 volume on those unless you want to dye your hair gray.
IT guys, please work fast. Please get this trial back.
You love this conversation, Jeff. You will love it.
I think my soul is actually leaving my body as we speak.
Oh, man. We've got 911 likes despite this topic.
I've actually always wanted to be a malpractice, like medical malpractice attorney.
I really enjoyed the medical malpractice. I like the medicine aspect of it. I mean, if it weren't for the fact that I suck at calculus, I would have been a doctor.
Of course, lawyers can't do math. That's a fact.
Oh, absolutely.
I feel so bad for like girls or men who get botched cosmetic surgery. I want to help them.
So I was on the opposite side of that. One of the one of the partners at a firm that I was at back in New York, he represented a ton of cosmetic surgery physicians. And a lot of times it's because people don't actually follow the post-operative care regimen, that their results do not turn out the way that they were hoping. And that was bread and butter to just get those cases tossed so fast. It's like, well, did you take this scar care cream? Were you using it regularly? No. And you say that in a deposition? All right, so here's $5,000, go to hell. And those were the easiest cases on earth.
Yeah.
So, I've seen it from the other.
I'm a woman and I hate this hair conversation. I'm here for the law and degeneracy.
Sorry. Jeez. Jeez. Well, be degenerate then. My apologies.
Hey, I was trying to add to the degeneracy by pointing out how stupid these cosmetic lawsuits were.
They are stupid. Well, my mom is a burn survivor, and so she has had over like 200 different reconstructive surgeries. Okay. And in that process, they have left surgeon like operation tools in her body.
I've seen those.
It's been a lot. Like
I have a drill
implants that were just never done correctly, all kinds of different stuff. And I mean like prosthetic implants.
And I will say, like, it's not 100% one-sided. I'm not trying to make it out like that. Like, there are cases where I will get the file and I will look at it. I will go to the insurance company and be like, yeah, we need to settle this yesterday because your physician left a sponge in a human being. We might have
nobody
a problem
cares that I have
there.
a drill bit in my leg.
You have a drill bit in your leg?
Yeah. When I shattered my femur, when when I shattered my femur in a motorcycle accident, there was some medical malpractice on a grand scale, putting my leg back together again. I was in the hospital for 5 weeks. I was out for 4 days, and the titanium plate snapped, and I was back in for another 6 weeks. And I thought, let me see those X-rays. And then you didn't have to be a doctor to see that it was just
it lights up like a Christmas light. Right.
Well, I mean, the bone wasn't set like this. The bone was offset like this. There was a giant hole in there. So like the entire weight of my body was on this like couple of millimeter thick titanium plate, and that snapped. Then they went in again to reset it. And I guess while they were drilling in the bone, the drill bit snapped off inside my femur. So you look at it, I've got two rings that were holding the bone together, and a drill bit stuck in my leg forever.
Let's
and
just
ever.
call
and
it
ever.
a pin.
But here's the thing: the Korean malpractice numbers don't exist the way they do in America. I figured I would be in for at least a good couple million in the States if that had happened. But here, back then, if you died in a tortious accident, the maximum compensation was about $60,000.
Okay.
For
that
death.
actually doesn't shock me entirely.
I've been told the same.
There's no punitive damages here. What was that?
I've heard that that's the same case today. That's the only reason why I won't get a rhinoplasty done there.
Well, now it's up to about if you die, it's about 100 million won. So what's that, like $85,000-$90,000? Is like if you die, that's what you get. That's what your family gets for compensation for pain and suffering.
Look, when I got cases, and I'm not making this up, I would get cases and I would start reading through it. I'm like, they're still alive? Damn, that sucks. Because living people are a hell of a lot more expensive than dead ones.
Oh yeah, that is an unfortunate.
If you ever hit somebody with your car, you're better off just backing up over them.
Yeah, your value of life decreases significantly when you are no longer alive. Go figure.
Well, I mean, in a death case, it's just an equation. You punch in numbers and you get the answer. When the victim lives, you have to worry about grades of disability, future earnings, pain and suffering. It becomes a nightmare.
Well, the nice thing with New York, Florida doesn't do this, and I don't think most jurisdictions do, but New York has what are called sustainable values for non-economic damages. So depending upon which department you're in, they will say either you will, I don't know, let's say...
Yes, nothing John says on my channel should be construed as any sort of legal advice whatsoever. What he does on his own
nothing that I say on my channel.
This is not legal advice, people. Jeez.
No, nothing that I ever say is not legal advice.
You need to put that in your banner, Jeff. Just on the bottom. Nothing said in the stream can be construed as legal advice ever.
Ever.
Are
you insane? Show me one nose job that looks good. Danny, don't you ever touch that nose.
I can do
but
that.
But no, what I was going to say is that in New York, depending upon which department you're in, because New York is a little bit weird. We have 4 appellate divisions, and that's the way that they structured things. They will literally say that this jury verdict is outside of the realm of what we consider appropriate. So you will either stipulate to a settlement in the amount of X amount of dollars for future pain and suffering, or we will order a new trial on damages. And they will keep ordering a new trial on damages until it's within the band that the appellate division thinks is appropriate for that type of an injury. And New York is very interesting in that regard because it gives you a really kind of clean way of going back to your clients and saying, this is what our actual exposure is, which I have not seen other states that do it that way. But they will literally say, the jury awarded $2.6 million unless the plaintiff agrees to a settlement in the amount of $450,000, which we consider to be more appropriate. We will order a new trial, and we will keep ordering a new trial until you get into that number.
Legal vices, not advices.
Yes.
Nice. That's good.
But you see what I'm saying? How that does bring a little bit more certainty for when you're trying to roll the dice with a jury.
Well, New York courts have a lot of problems anyway, starting with the fact that their district courts is the Supreme Court. Figure that one out.
What?
Well, yeah. Each county
Yeah.
has a Supreme Court. That is your
Yeah.
trial court. And then
And
you have
weirdly,
four
the
appellate
Superior
divi- then you
Court
have
is
four
higher than
appellate
the Supreme
divisions.
Court,
Then you have 4 appellate divisions, and then you
which are the
have
superior
court-
courts, right?
Yes, and then you have the Court of
So-
Appeals, which is our top.
Linguistically, that doesn't work out. It is exactly
And by the way,
wrong
not
thing.
for nothing, I'm actually licensed. So my New York law license, here, I can.
Do you want to be a superior leader or do you want to be the supreme leader?
This is dumb. That is dumb. That's as dumb as calling our district attorney a district attorney rather than like the
So
county
if you
attorney
can
or
see
something.
this, it's not great,
Or the chief
but I
prosecutor.
am licensed by the second department of the New York Supreme Court.
That
Yours
sounds
is
We
very
are
Soviet.
licensed
pretty.
not by, so like in Florida, it's the Supreme Court that licenses attorneys. In New York, it is each independent appellate division that licenses the attorneys. So I am technically licensed by the appellate division second department of the state of New York.
That sounds very Soviet. I just have to say that.
So in New York, it's 4 divisions. The first department is the Bronx and Manhattan. Second department is the rest of downstate. Third department is sort of the Albany area, and the fourth department is the Buffalo area. And those are the 4 departments, and each of those have their own jurisprudence. And all of them are under the Court of Appeals of the state of New York, which is our highest court. Our Supreme Courts are 1 in each county. And those are
Excomer
our trial
says-
courts.
Plastic surgery is telling God he got it wrong, Danny.
Yeah, there's that.
And Dark Eye says, question for the panel. What was the dumbest thing you caught yourself saying while questioning a witness during a trial and knew you still had to keep going? John?
I think at one point I asked somebody how they knew that a patient wasn't dead yet. And they responded something along the lines of, because he was still talking to me.
Any dumb experiences, Danny?
Too many to mention. Like, there's not one particular bad experience that I caused that doesn't come to mind. I mean, I was going to say I was trained on the so what if any.
That was a deposition. That was not during trial, technically. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's okay. It counts. Deposition in civil law, it doesn't matter. That's where the trial is really happening, is in the deposition. So yeah, the what if any, I learned from my managing attorney, and it was miserable. And I had to walk this like senile guy through this entire testimony, and he just could not keep his story straight, and it was just an absolute freaking nightmare. So that was my nightmare experience, and it was partially my fault, partially his fault. But literally, my managing attorney walked out. He was like, "That was the worst hearing I think I've ever sat through." And I was like, "Yeah, me too." And he goes, "Yeah, well, you didn't help." And I said, "Well, thank you. I appreciate that." So that's
Yeah.
the hardest and worst thing I've ever done.
I had one similar that reminded me of. This was a guy who was an orthopedist, and I was defending his deposition, or I was a trainee at the time, but yeah, so I was and we were defending the deposition, and I had to write the report for the client afterwards. And this guy kept going into the mental state of the patient, which he's not qualified to do, and he refused to shut up the entire time and kept talking about how this person's psychotic. And it's like, you can't say that. And we paused it. We talked to him. We explained, like, you cannot go into the psychological state of the patient like this. It's not helpful. It's not working. Don't. Would not stop. And I ultimately had to tell his malpractice insurance company, because the way that it works, and for people in chat who don't know, we're paid by the insurance company, but we're representing the actual physician in these sorts of cases. And I had to go back to the insurance company and say, we need to settle right now because he's imperious, he's unlikable, and a jury is going to crucify him. and they were not happy to hear that, but it was the right decision at the end of the day. So I'm familiar with really, really rough clients sometimes, and doctors can be particularly tough to work with at times because you have to explain, look, I'm not going to tell you what to do in your operating theater. This is where I have the expertise, and what you're doing is not working. So that's my bonus story.
Apparently, whatever the IT guys are doing isn't working either, because we are still stuck on the seal of Bexar County in Texas.
Why did I let you drag me into this?
Doctors and habitual liars, like the type of liars that can't even acknowledge they are lying. What is that called?
Pathological
sociopaths?
liars.
Yes, a pathological liar. I have had clients who are pathological liars where they have lied to me during the screening, and despite my due diligence, I couldn't catch it. I had enough evidence to move forward. I thought, okay, great, pay your retainer. So they throw down on the retainer. I'm ready to move forward. And then I do my initial like real long form interview with them, right, to get their story so that I can attach it to as a memorandum or attach it to the memorandum. And they start going off, and I'm like, okay, well, these are not the facts that you told me when we first met. And how the hell did an alien get involved here? And you're saying that this is all we've got? Great.
Oh, okay. The Bexar County, it's the Spanish, it's the Bejar County. Okay.
Oh.
It's the Bejar.
Like Joy from The View or whatever.
Yeah, like Joy Behar.
Which that's
exactly like
that was an interesting choice of a name given the temperament of the woman, but that's just my opinion.
And Lancelot says Jeff watches hair channels, longing for the days when he still had it. Hey, this is a choice, pal. I haven't had time to cut it for a week. You see, I'm starting to look like a damn hippie over here.
And it's a good
That's gotta
choice.
take work.
My hair's like 3 millimeters here. I'm like a damn hippie.
No, it was interesting. What was it? I literally just lost my train of thought.
Sorry. I know you were bedazzled by my shiny head.
I was. I was shocked by science. What was it? Danny, you were saying something, and it gave me a thought, and I literally just lost it.
It wasn't very interesting, whatever I was saying, so
All right,
that doesn't surprise me.
I can tell you about head shavers.
Go
We
ahead.
all want to go for the Pitbull Platinum. The Pitbull Platinum is the only head shaver you'll ever need in your life. There, the end of story. There, it was a very short
I don't think that
conversation.
I've ever needed a head shaver in my life, and I don't particularly intend to need one. So
Give it a crack. Let the beard grow out a little bit more. Shave the head. You look like all Viking, and
yeah,
change your name to like Bjorn.
Take a pass on that one.
All right, Court is not back. Rose, we're still looking at the Great Seal of Bejar County.
I think it's pronounced bear.
Well, they're saying it's Bejar, but everybody pronounces it Bear, is what they're saying. It's Bexar, like Mexico, Bejar. It's the Bejar County.
Somebody was saying that, like Danny, I think is right. Somebody was saying it's pronounced like the animal.
Yeah, saying it's actually
like
Bejar, but
Bear
everybody
Drug
just
Company.
says Bear.
Oh, I wonder if they had German immigrants down there.
Why would there be? No, it's right next to
I'm
Mexico.
pretty sure that's called Argentina.
Was Argentina and Colombia. Hold on. I'm going to look up the history of this name because I'm curious if the original spelling wouldn't have been Bayer, but because they are in Mexico, they spelt it in a Spanish way. I'm going to look it up.
That's possible.
Go ahead and look that up.
Texas. I'm going to Wikipedia. We're going to do some history lessons today. Wait.
Wow.
Bexar County, right?
Yeah, but it's pronounced Bejar, like Mexico.
Bear.
Mexico, Mexico, Bejar.
Because my brother-in-law, he is Colombian American, and he has a German last name because his family is German, and they're related to the Bears, and they spell bear very differently. They spell it a Spanish way.
They spell it like the German aspirin.
That was like, did either of you see Alyssa Milano saying that she's giving back her Tesla because Elon Musk and Twitter?
Yes.
And so instead she's getting a Volkswagen. And I think it was the Hodge twins that responded. You realize that the Volkswagen was literally founded by the Nazi Party.
And the H-man himself.
Yeah.
And Elon just replied, lol, or something along those lines.
Yeah. That has been one of the most fun developments over the last month or so.
Argentina joke went right over the top of the head, says Julie O.
For who? Julie O?
No, for everybody that the
I'm
Germans
pretty
went
sure
to
that
Argentina.
I'm pretty
not
sure my
Colombia.
co-host caught that one.
I laughed.
It was a post World War II. No, I actually did have an incredibly racist acquaintance whose girlfriend was a legit like Nazi, as Churchill pronounced them. So I'm sure Churchill pronounced it that way, so you could get around the YouTube restrictions. But it was one of these. They met in Germany. She's from Argentina, and her father is German, who just happened to move to Argentina sometime around 1944.
Oh, okay.
Like, yeah. Court is not back. Stop saying that, Michelle. I'm watching the big stupid seal of the big stupid county, however the fuck you pronounce it, which looks very Soviet itself. It's a star with a wreath around it. I'm just watching it, so stop saying court back.
I have a lady friend whose last name is very German, but born.
All right, let's get back to the court. Actually, I'm just kidding. Let's get back to the court. I was just trying to avoid actually having to deal with this because there's just more sitting around the goddamn room. I was trying to save us with witty banter, but y'all are just calling my bluff. So there you go. Are you happy? There. Is this what y'all wanted to see? Are y'all excited court's back?
He dead.
The fucking murder defendant guy is asleep. That's how fucking boring this is.
Well, it was at 3 a.m. I'd probably be asleep too. I don't understand people who party all night. I'm like, I have one vodka Red Bull and I'm like in the corner on the couch.
I was literally just trying to avoid you watching dude sleep. There you go. It's exciting. Welcome back to court. Strap yourselves in. We're in for a hell of a ride.
I hate you because I'm going to have to do this for another 6 hours.
Now, do you see why I was really excited and desperate when you expressed the slightest interest in doing this case?
I'm starting to gather that.
I grift hard. So I'm always excited. Plus, I love your chat so much, Jeff. I find myself wanting to come and do live streams with you in the middle of night my time, just so that I can hang out with your chat.
Literally, my text to John was, dude, I need you desperately. And now you know why.
Yeah, this is why I'm not drinking at 1 a.m. ever again.
Were you being an asshole? When are you being an asshole? I'm an asshole, so I never notice when people are being assholes. Quick, Danny, touch something. I don't know.
I mean, is this Weekend at Bernie's the remake? What is happening?
Bronca and Danny collab stream when? Danny's already been on with Bronca on my stream a couple of times. Twice, I believe.
I think I've only ever been on with Bronca
3 a.m. Have any weapons been found in his vehicle?
Oh my gosh, they established this with the last 8 witnesses.
By 3 a.m.
You have to do it a dozen more times. This is South Texas.
Oh, we don't.
We are watching the dude just sit there. Bronca actually does love Danny. Like I said, they've been together on my stream twice that I can recall.
I believe
and
around
nothing but
that
good
time,
things to say about
close
each
to
other.
that time at Wealth Recovery.
I love Bronco.
Remember
That's
asking him
so
about
nice.
the gun in his truck?
No, that's cute.
Yes, we do ask him about the gun in his truck.
And on what was his response?
I
to
also love
when
DUI
you
guy.
asked him if that gun in his truck
And my
is that
white-haired
yours or the
brother.
Border Patrol's? Do you remember
He
asking him
said that he should have, that he thought he had two. He thought he had a 9mm.
Somebody was
and a
saying that
40
I look like a
in
budget
his truck.
DUI guy. I don't
But
see
if
that.
only the 40 was there,
I
that's
don't
a Border
see it.
Patrol 40 caliber weapon.
Did he tell you the model of the gun?
The H&K.
I
And the
really love
caliber?
Viva Fry.
40 caliber.
Did he tell you what
Viva's
kind of
great.
ammunition he carried with?
Poor man living
He's too
in
smart
Calm,
for me.
Canada.
Responses, whatever they give me at work.
He lives in
So the
Florida now,
government
though.
issued ammo.
Yeah, he actually he
really?
moved to Florida.
Yeah, he
Oh,
moved to
thank
Florida
God.
a few months ago.
I was genuinely concerned about his welfare during the whole lockdown situation.
I should get in touch with him. I don't think he's actually that far from me.
Bronca likes Danny, but hates puppies. His priorities are all fucked up. Miss Natty Lamar. That's Headley Lamar. Will drunk Bronca be in attendance on Friday? Unfortunately, no. Now I'm to the point with everybody has gone. My streams are so non-drama, and other people in YouTube have gone so far down the drama hole that now I have to keep my friends apart from each other. And Rose, member of Legal Vice's Bent Halos and Broken Wings level for 3 months. Proud member of Legal Vices. Thanks for losing sleep to keep us entertained and having some awesome fun and interesting guests. Hit the like, sub, and become a member today. Vice Squad rules.
I cannot be Logoless. We've been in the same room together. We've been on the same video chat together, so it's not possible.
By the way, for somebody pointing out that, yeah, Viva is in Miami and that's obnoxiously far away, everything in Florida is 4 hours away from you. That's just the nature of the state, at least. So
It's
say
worth
that
it.
it's not that far. If you can do it in a day, you're probably all right.
Are y'all happy? I told you. Are y'all happy I bent to you and didn't keep you in the dark? Oh, you get to watch the guy carrying a water container. Are y'all happy? We're back in court now. Is this what y'all wanted to see?
What's that stupid poster on the wall behind you?
I don't know.
It's like a doctor's office. When the doctor comes in, I'll like study all the posters and then quiz them on it. I'll be like, so what's this part here? I am the worst patient.
Oh, this is the worst conducted trial I've seen forever. Oh, look, let's take a gander at the murderer. Like, he looked back. Oh, my God, he saw me, and he scampers off.
I'm gawking. Oh, my gosh.
We're actually going to do 10 hours of this. This is actually going to be a thing.
It's an OSHA poster. Execution has just signed up to be the newest member of our clean and sober crew. Thank you, X. This is still no Dean Cummings, but it's getting close. At least that trial moved forward and had some witty moments. There are no moments of any kind in this trial. There are no moments. This dude who has deleted 4 women of negotiable affections is literally sleeping in the police station.
Negotiable.
That's how many
affections.
fucks he gives.
He gave out all of his fucks already, though.
Yeah,
My
exactly.
Google
The
Chrome
400.
literally tried to die on me. It literally, like, blew ball of death Windows style. My Google Chrome tried to give up on me. This is where we're at.
And you know these guys have no business walking back and forth in front of that door, but they all are. They're like, oh, let's go see the dude.
Why is this happening?
I know he's waiting for you guys to get there, right?
South
Correct.
Texas.
What are you doing right now there at the station?
Wasting
right,
fucking
Danny.
time.
No,
At that time, I had probably just arrived, so
you gotta do it. Do it properly. We're building a box for it.
Police car and putting it in my office and putting my stuff right there.
Okay, so this is disc 1, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and
Great.
in this particular disc, do you guys give him a water bottle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember him admitting
Okay.
to running from the troopers?
Yes.
I
Okay,
still
speaks
give him
to
a
you
water
about that.
bottle to get his DNA on it trick.
He mentions about how the troopers need to, one of them needs to stop smoking.
Usually a soda
Yeah,
can's
random,
better to take
he
prints
made a
off
comment
of.
like that.
He makes that statement that one of the troopers was out of shape.
Yes.
One of them?
And then he brings it up again.
He's
that he
smiling.
outran the troopers.
That is literally the first emotion he has shown. Is when they
And he goes
when they
over his
point out that he
education.
called another guy fat.
With you.
When we start talking to him, yes.
Cardio's important, people.
This is so bad. Michelle Cabernet says, Danny, your doppelganger lives in South Africa. Looks wise, voice wise, everything wise. It's crazy to see.
I will never go to South Africa ever, but I appreciate that. Maybe my doppelganger will come here.
What do you have against South Africa?
It's in Africa.
I'd like to go to South Africa.
Just kidding. I actually do want to go to Kenya, and there's a few other countries I would go to. But South Africa, I just have zero interest. Except I do want to go see the sharks off the tip of the coast there.
Oh, and there's
That
some
would be
amazing
interesting.
wine in South Africa, too. I want to go see some wineries. Vineyards, if you will. One of my law school classmates lives in Zambia.
Yeah.
No, no, she moved. Where the hell did she live? I can't remember where she lives. It's too late, and I've had beverages.
But John,
Tanzania. That's where she lives.
Oh, Tanzania is so cool. I would love to go to Tanzania. I also have a huge thing for volcanoes. Like, I absolutely love volcanoes. So that's another reason why I would visit the continent. But
I always kind of wanted to check out, what are those? It's the rock formations in Madagascar that are literally like, will just kill everything.
what?
It'd be kind of interesting.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
I want to see
Well,
like Madagascar wildlife fight it out with Australian wildlife and see who wins.
Madagascar
kinda cool.
doesn't count.
Madagascar is
in.
also not Australia. It's Africa.
Apologize. In disc 1 also, are you familiar when at what point in time the word blackout was used?
So we can fast forward to it. Sorry, we didn't mark it.
Salinas asks him if he suffers from any sort of blackouts.
How did that topic come up? Who was the one that first mentioned the word blackouts?
Yeah, it's this Singy rock forests.
Look here to be sure, but I believe
Which
it was
literally nothing can live
You
there
wanna
because it's
look
all
at
just
the record
jagged
real
rock
quick?
formations that came out of some weird volcanic like background.
Not true. Lemurs, I bet, live there. Lemurs are the cool.
39.
Oh, yeah.
No, literally
lemurs.
nothing can live in that forest.
We're watching a trial of a guy that murdered 4 hookers, and we're talking about lemurs and hair products. This is how well this trial's going.
This happens all the time.
Agent said he's not.
That's how exciting this trial is.
He
Oh my
says,
God.
Has
This is
there
the best.
ever come a time where you
This is a professional
Where you black out
prosecution,
that
my
you-
man.
you don't what you did?
You don't what you
So
did.
Ranger Salinas brought up the word blackout.
I'm not going to say that I have any intention of murdering a bunch of hookers, but if I were to, I think I have a decent idea where I might consider it.
Wait, the deputy is the one who first used the word blackout. That's interesting.
Yes, Citric 19, it is. Sex work is work.
It is
Indigo
unlawful.
Luna, how to become a member. If you're on an iPhone, you won't notice it. You have to be on a computer or a Samsung, and there's a join button right next to the like and subscribe buttons. But for some reason, it doesn't show up on iPhones.
Yeah, so you can find 11 different species of lemur, 100
done.
species of birds, several types of bats, and the fossa or fossa, or however you
And the
pronounce it.
coelacanth lives off the coast of Madagascar, a fish that was thought to be extinct for nearly 70 million years.
Yeah.
I did a report on them in 5th grade.
Oh, cool.
I still remember them.
I am a huge fan of flying foxes. I'm a big bat lover.
I want
I
a
love
sugar
that.
glider for a pet.
That'd be kind of cool.
No, you don't. They bite. I had a sugar glider as a pet.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, now
I've
I'm
had a
even more
ton of
jealous of you than
exotic ones.
usual. I want
Well,
like
guys,
5
the
of them.
murderer's asleep again. Oh, he woke up for a second. This is literally.
It's the gawkers in the background keep waking him up.
How in God's name does a prosecutor think that this is in any way actually effective advocacy?
Chat, you guys suck.
What did the chat say? Oh, Jeff.
Oh, shit.
I mean, in fairness, Jeff in 5th grade probably would be more effective prosecutor than this person.
When I was in 5th grade.
Yeah.
Now, I'm saying this in all seriousness. The shitty way the prosecution is going through all of the body cam 2.5 hour search for this guy, the way they're showing it from 5 different angles, the way they're questioning the witnesses, this bullshit we're seeing here. The jury just may say, we don't remember you saying anything to establish this guy's guilt. And let
Okay,
him
so
walk.
the history of this county is fascinating. They have had way more years to figure out their crap. It turns out the municipality was created in 1731 when 55 Canary Islanders settled near the system of missions that had been established around the source of the San Antonio River. Interesting. So this is like an old municipality.
But you want to keep
I'm
the
feeling the
jury
age.
engaged and focused on on important stuff. They're just going to go, I don't remember him saying anything that he did anything to anybody. I remember him sleeping. I remember him being in the back of a truck.
On some point, I might actually just acquit him out of spite for the prosecution for wasting my life.
And see, they do this to,
Yeah, it was the trooper I smoked, man. The trooper couldn't keep up with me, dude. Tell him he needs to work out some more, man. Cool.
Oh my gosh. He needs to join Nick's stream. Freaking fat shaming over here. Jesus.
2 troopers, good. I was fucking running, dude.
See, this is the thing. They leave the people in the room alone for extended periods of time to see how they behave, to kind of break them, to get them worked up. This dude's a border patrol agent. These tactics, these psychological tactics aren't going to work on him. He's even laughing at himself here.
Yep.
These tactics are not going to work on the dude because he employs these same fucking tactics. That's why he's filling his time by calling the other cops fat.
Again, like you said, he knows exactly what they're trying to accomplish here, and when you know how the game is played, it's not that effective anymore.
So a little.
Yeah, he just
update.
smirked.
Bayar is a town in Spain. And my understanding is that based off this Wikipedia article, the county of Bayr partially derives its name from the Duke of Bayar, a town in Spain, when it was founded in 1718. So this town has been around for a while.
Flux is out of commission today with a migraine. Hopefully she'll be back tomorrow.
Oh, I love Flux. I'll send her all my love.
Can I fake a migraine?
I'm getting one.
I really want a hamburger now that he mentioned it.
Yeah. The water burger or whatever he was calling it.
Whataburger? Sorry,
Danny,
for
you're
teasing
teaching
me.
us too much.
I'm sorry. Whoa, is that a picture of him or is that someone else?
No, that's Jacob's Madre's son who passed away last January, 24.
So sorry. Your son's a very handsome young man.
Don't block her.
I wasn't going to. Jesus. Stop. Love everybody.
It'll take a while.
That was too good.
It'll take a while to get over that one. Oh, God. What
Now
the
we're gonna go have a
fuck are you
conversation with
sidebarring
the
about?
judge.
What are you talking? They're like, if he keeps playing this, I'm going to kill him, Judge. Can we just move this along? Even my dogs are snoring in the background now.
Is Strawberry still on your little chair? She is. Oh my gosh, I love it.
Yeah, that's her place. She just kind of sits there in the chair. I don't even sit in that chair anymore because it just smells like a dog. Yeah, she just kind of chills there. Yoda goes and sleeps on the sofa, and Strawberry hangs out there until I go to sleep, and then she goes up on the sofa. So, yeah. Oh, my God.
What
I
could
have
they
something
possibly be debating right now?
Nothing. This is just fucking stupid. Your Honor, all of the law tubers streaming this trial are falling the fuck asleep. Can we move this along?
That'd be nice.
Pretty much. They say, "Oh, there was something wrong. Can we go back and watch this again?" You know, that's,
Oh
you
my
know that's
God.
where the defense lawyer is going. We want to watch the whole thing just to make sure what's going on here.
If he's
I demand
actually
we watch
making a
the 10 hours.
completeness argument, I'm going to shoot him.
We'll have to get Ty Beard to defend you.
Valhalla awaits. I love that you are also a John Paul Jones fan. Thank you for that reference.
What reference? I didn't see.
Oh, he just said that the chat has yet begun to roast me, and so I must be in attendance Friday.
Yeah. Yes, that is. I have two English bulldogs, Strawberry and Yoda. They're brother and sister. Yeah, that would be justifiable homicide. They're snorting coke on the judge's desk to stay awake. Nice.
What could you possibly be talking about right now?
Whether they also want a Whataburger.
Everybody, we
Why
got
is the
our
stream
IBM,
blurry?
we got our IBM advertisement for today in.
You gotta plug
We
it
got
before they start,
ThinkPad
though?
because
Yes, sir. Okay, yes.
that's
As soon
not
as you
the
walk in
worst
the closet.
computer ever made in the history of the world, but you know.
The stream is blurry because your resolution is low. That's why it's blurry for you.
Anyone outside?
Stingy. F you. You're making me more hungry. I'm already hungry. I also am not a fan of Whataburger.
Yeah, but getting something like that from Shake Shack sounds like a nice idea.
Ew, I hate Shake
And they're
Shack.
literally going to break for lunch in about 5 minutes.
What do you have against Shake Shack?
It's gross. I would totally take a Whataburger over Shake Shack burger.
Haters gonna
The
hate.
only Shake Shack I've ever liked is on the Vegas Strip.
Theirs is good, but only after like some inebriation in a very long Vegas night.
That might be why I enjoyed it.
Nobody's ever
Probably.
suggesting eating it sober.
Okay. Take care.
I thought that was just
Maybe that's
presumed.
my problem. Hey, cowboy. Hey, cowboys.
And
Are those Texas Rangers?
Yes.
They're all Texas Rangers. Walker, Texas Rangers.
Ladies and gentlemen, during the video, you're going to be hearing statements made by officers, and you are not. The statements made by the officers are not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted by the officers. It's being it should be considered only to put in context what the defendant's statement is or statements are during the interview.
Inconceivable.
One, yes, inconceivable,
So,
and two,
the jury's
that's
to focus on
actually
the
an
defendant's
awful
statement,
evidentiary
being
ruling.
made during the interview. At the request of the defense and the state, that's the instruction to
Like,
the jury.
I could write that appeal in a
You can proceed.
heartbeat.
Well, I think he's talking about the other officers that are walking by going, "No, you're fat."
yeah,
I don't know what's going on here.
No, because I think what they
Oh, read the next super chat.
Oh, there. Don't worry. I just want to make sure we're not interrupting the trial.
God forbid.
Here for the truth says, guess someone has been charged, but no name released in the Idaho murders. No, there was a guy that was riding a bicycle, waving a knife around a few months ago. They didn't charge him then, but they decided to pick him up again and charge him now.
Right.
For menacing people with a knife on a bicycle a few months ago.
Oh, that's the charge?
Yeah.
Oh. I do think that menacing is the funny, or not menacing, causing like havoc. I love.
See, that's what I've been
fun
saying.
version of
Judge Milton would like his stapler back. Can we have a stapler, please? If he's going to get a stapler, I'm going to burn this thing to the ground. Jacobs Madre 24 Forever. Thank you for remembering me, Jeff. He passed in January of 2021. I did a typo because I'm a boomer. This photo of him was the last photo I ever took of him. Christmas 2020. He was an amazing young man. He's extremely missed every day.
May God bless you guys both.
Yeah, he's remembered here.
Mm-hmm. I can't do those wonderful eulogies that Nick does. I want to pay him to eulogize my funeral. Like pre-record it. He is just so phenomenal at that. I guarantee you at my own funeral I would be like, F in the chat. Like that would be my eulogy. So I need someone who has a way with words.
Hello. Good, okay? Good. See?
Oh, that's a fucking hat he's got. I like it.
Right hand or left handed? Left handed.
That's a beautiful hat.
You want to know more?
It looks like those long, pointy cowboy boot shoes that they wear. Match the hat. That looked great. And big help.
Where's your right hand? Where you right with? Left hand? Okay.
Are you right-handed or left-handed? I'm left-handed. Which hand do you write with? Well, what the fuck do you think?
We're not allowed to bring logic into this.
There's
Remember, any
something in the
question you
water.
have, the answer is just Southern Texas.
You okay there? Yeah. Close the door there. Right here.
That was fun. Good one, Stingy.
Okay, it is 09/15/2018. It is Saturday. It is 3:21 a.m. Let me just say a little bit of Texas raining, okay? And we're here at the US 59 Webb County Substation, and I'm here with Captain Calderon, Webb County Sheriff's Office. What's your name? You guys are anything else? You guys are
Oh, he's being an uncooperative witness.
okay, yeah. You know there's always two sides to every story. Everybody has problems. And you know you're in custody right now, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Are you willing to tell us your side of the story for us?
No, you think? I'm only handcuffed to a table for 3 hours.
Okay. Yeah. You have the right to remain silent and not make any statement at all. Any statement you make may be used against you in trial. Any statement you make may be used as evidence against you in court. You have the right to have a lawyer present and to advise you prior to during any questioning. If you are unable to employ a lawyer, you have the right to have a lawyer appointed to advise you prior to and during any questioning. You have the right to terminate the interview at any time. Prior to and during the making of any statement, you knowingly, intentionally, and voluntarily waive this right said in this document. You understand your rights? I believe there are issues right here that you understand your rights. You good? You don't want to sign up? Okay.
It's okay.
They don't have to sign it. It just helps if they do, but I wouldn't.
I would never. Are you kidding?
I wouldn't either, but I also wouldn't be freaking telling the cops that they're fat and then proceeding to confess to a crime.
I think the bigger issue is the second half of that statement, not really the first.
This has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I just want to, because we're going to go to your house, eventually get a search warrant. And we want to be sure we don't want to, you have any dogs, anything like that in there? Okay, nobody's going to come back and we're going to fight them or anything.
My wife's driving from San Antonio to Laredo. If you guys could pull over, that'd be great. Keep her from coming to
Okay. What's your wife's name?
She's driving a black Chevrolet Tahoe, 2017 LT. The first three characters of her license plate are KYT.
KY.
She's at San Antonio, so she's.
I never understood how the concept of shut the fuck up is so difficult.
You guys could like stop her, that'd be awesome.
We could work on that definitely.
Never quite got that.
Does she live there with you?
She went to San Antonio with all my kids, and all my kids are in San Antonio.
Just her coming back, or
it's just
All my kidses live in Texas.
what's your wife's name?
Daniela.
I will work on that as soon as I can. Let me start getting that information out.
Daniela.
And she's driving that black Chevy. You were thinking she'd buy
I know
or
she's coming back. It's gonna be pretty bad if she's at the house, so you guys can stop her.
Well, I'm glad the closed captioning has told me that she grew up in a black t-shirt.
As far as my house, you guys have my keys. Just walk in there and give me consent to go to my house.
Why? Oh, fuck's sake. That didn't sound very coerced to me. You have permission to go in my house and look for whatever you want.
AR-15, Bushmaster, loaded.
Old strategy, Cotton. See how it looks.
Gauge shotgun, which I actually don't know where it's at. It's honestly in my garage. I have a 20 gauge single shot Remington. I have a 22 lever action Ruger. And I have a very, very nice custom Kimber 45 cal.
Are they spread throughout the house, or do you have somewhere?
My AR-15 is in my kitchen counter. My 2 shotguns and the lever action are in my garage. And my real nice 45 Kimber is under my bed in my master bedroom. I think that's it.
Wait.
You guys.
Flux,
Good.
member
Just
for
wanted
3
to
months,
ask
has
if
said
you
fully
still
awake now, but
keeping
still
her in-
incapacitated. Just wanted to drop my 3-month badge as I wear it with pride. Real pride, not gay pride. Lol. I'll just be listening. Danny, no nose job, okay? Hi,
If
Joe.
you can't help them.
Flux, I love you so much. You're the only person I would accept gay pride from.
You already know. I can pass this along.
I have never seen you.
I think I just had a mini
Yeah, but I have
stroke.
never seen you. That's what I'm saying. And neither have I. Right.
So anyway, yeah, you guys could stop it. That'd be awesome. I don't know if you have any deputies or troopers up there.
Okay, and let's just say that we make contact. What do you want us to tell her?
Keep my kids and Santo. There's no reason to come back to
Why is she coming back and why are you referring to you don't know why she bring this photo? Is there something going on right now?
Yeah, she wanted to come over and talk to me. So she knew there was something going on with me. So I told her to stay in San Antonio. Don't come. And
That's what she said.
Why would she think there's something going on? Did you tell her something?
I called her. Yeah, so that's it.
What did you tell her?
I said, don't come. I told her we were perfect when we were in San Antonio.
Were you having issues or what?
No, I actually had a great marriage.
Are you having issues with radio?
Yeah. So I was a squared away motherfucker in San Antonio. Catula station. I used to get a bunch of bellouts. I got employed a month. I got Operation Tainted Lady, took down the Gaetan organization. Most I ever got was 3 blowouts in one shift all by myself. They were not blowouts, they were just squared away.
Well, yeah, he's married and he took with one of the hookers to
Sorry,
his
you're a canine
house.
handler.
No.
I don't like canine handlers.
That sounds like
A great decision.
So life was good in San Antonio. Very good. My wife is a registered nurse in Crystal Santa Rosa Downtown Hospital. I got my master's degree in international relations from St. Mary's University, my bachelor's degree in criminal justice forensics from American Military University, and associate's degree in general studies. And life was.
And you get transferred now because of the job?
Yeah.
You didn't put a transfer, or you put a transfer, they transferred you?
No.
I take it you didn't want to be here.
You guys already know. I guess, unless it's red, you guys already know. I came down here for a promotion, so you guys already know.
Hey, Danny, I don't know if you want to keep me company while I deal with the second half of this nightmare, but shoot me a DM and I'll send you a link when this gets over.
What? Year before January.
Sorry, I wasn't paying
Shoot me a
attention.
DM and I'll send you a link if you want to take the second half of this nightmare with
I was
me.
the third supervisor
Okay.
for a bunch of agents.
I'd prefer not to have to do it alone.
Took down a bunch of fucking stash houses.
I don't know how to DM you though. Dave Robin.
Took down a bunch of stash houses.
Are you on Twitter?
Prosecuted a bunch.
Mm-hmm.
Reached out to DPS, CID for a bunch of bus cases that we're having with abandoned dope. I spoke with some guy named Pina.
Or Jeff can send me your info either way.
I think.
They were DPS, or
CID, I think.
Yeah.
And then so I've been at the big what was. And that's it. That's right.
You sound like you're pretty educated, and looks like you were good law enforcement work out there. Why are we here?
Yes,
You were in the military también, ¿verdad?
8 years active duty on with this.
Are you having any issues with?
Yeah. I got a PTSD.
I've got PTSD from this trial.
They put me on paroxetine, which is Paxil, for anxiety and depression.
Okay.
You didn't want to write it down, but for Paxil, for anxiety and depression, they put me on Divoprox for irritability and anger.
Okay.
They put me on Trazodone for sleeping due to nightmares. They put me on gabapentin for migraine headaches.
Gabapentin,
another one, I don't know the name of it.
Gabapentin and Trazodone. This man was a zombie every single day.
And, I was a square away motherfucker until I started going to the VA and my life was just shit. So, I have never been arrested in my life. I have never had that.
That's good.
Good for you.
It's good to have law enforcement officers who haven't been arrested.
Did you go to the VA in San Antonio?
Strangely not, not here, not.
Whenever you hear Spanish before.
You just wrote it out. Like there was nada. You should say, yeah, you just wrote it out.
Okay.
You blurt it out when you hear like nothing. Nada, nothing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do it contemporaneously.
This is so amateur.
I don't understand. Like,
So this was the
we
one
said
that
what?
missed you, not the one in San
This
Antonio.
isn't even like an effective interrogation.
Until here in the hill.
Right.
And they confirmed what I've always thought, confirmed that I got PTSD. They put me on all those fucking pills, sleeping pills, migraine pills, all kinds of shit. They had me on this 12-week program where I had to go talk to a psychologist.
Uh-oh, I need redirect privileges from you, sir.
Do you remember the doctor's names?
Yeah. Dr. Shankar. He's here in the hill.
Okay,
John, you need to set me
psychologists
up.
are not are not physicians.
And
You need to set me up so I can redirect to you. I don't have redirect privileges.
Sama Patricia Amparan.
This is one that always drives me a little bit nuts.
She was
Psychiatrists are
I would
physicians.
see her by
Psychologists
TV
are not,
because
and
she
they
does
both
hands-on
use the
and
doctor
everything.
title because they're
and I would talk to her like that.
psychiatrists get to be called doctors. Psychologists should not, in my personal opinion.
I was fine until I started going to the fucking VA. So,
Did you express your concern to the doctors when you were feeling right?
yeah.
It'd be like somebody with a doctorate in nursing walking
I
around.
once told
having people call them
Patricia
doctors.
Amparan that I was suicidal.
Okay.
And she flat out said, you need to be very careful with what you're saying because you're law enforcement. And if you say this, I'm going to have to report this and it's going to get you in a lot of trouble.
And
So-
not for nothing, he's also wrong about that.
Don't say this either.
Okay. Did you ever tell your soup that you were having issues running the Border Patrol?
They would rubber gun my ass.
Yeah, AP, I have a doctorate of jurisprudence. I don't walk around calling myself Dr. O'Brien.
When you started feeling this way, or was it gradual that it happened?
That would be called being an asshole.
By the time you felt that it was already past.
See,
Yes.
yeah. The first month and a half that I was taking the pills, I've had some nasty ass headaches. And they told me it was the body getting used to it. And then they fucking increased my doses. And then for a while, I was just like fucking out of it. And then I just went shit after that.
You keep saying you went to shit. Physically.
He probably isn't shitting in the morning either then.
And you felt it happening.
Because gabapentin,
What are we talking?
that is an awful drug.
I can't hear you.
I concealed it very, very well. I had a I had a great marriage.
Well, you haven't gotten divorced yet, right? Well, you haven't, right? You haven't? Okay.
No reason for her to stay married. And as far as work, I was very, very, very good at work. I was one of the best. I was about to get offered SBPA Intel, as fucked up as it sounds. I was going to get the offer like
I'm not entirely certain why gabapentin would be appropriate.
Did you start with alcohol or was it just the pills?
No, well, the main reason that I even began going to the VA I started going to the VA in February of this year, February 2018.
Okay.
And the reason I started going to the fucking VA is because my alcohol was out of fucking hand. And bad. I was fucking drinking, gacho.
Bad.
And so I finally went to the VA and I told them everything. And that's when they said, yeah, you got PTSD. And they put me like, I'm not joking, I've had like 40 fucking doctor's appointments from February till now. I've seen psychiatrists, psychologists, podiatrists, neurologists,
Podiatrist?
sleep doctors, every fucking thing you can imagine. That's it.
And were you currently taking your regular pills, or you kind of
I've been
tapered
taking
off them because they were making you feel bad?
I've been taking them.
So were they working, or did you notice that they weren't working for you anymore?
They were working in the fact
So basically, he does a lot of drugs.
Relaxed.
Fairly.
I wasn't all paniqueado.
All panicky.
But they weren't working in the fact that I was like I don't know how to explain it.
Right. And,
Listen.
And when you were having these issues, as far as anger issues, did it ever come to blows with your wife? Did you ever proceed to your wife, your kids, or anything like that?
Any issues at work with coworkers or anything?
I had an impeccable record. Yes, sir. I just had my background done again.
Y'all have to do it how many years? Like every 5 years, huh? Did you have your phone with you? Yeah. Okay. So your wife's number's on your phone? Did they take your phone? Okay.
I don't know.
You just have that phone? You don't have another phone? You don't have a supervisor phone?
I had it, pero ya
Not
since I
anymore.
went to the Vicks.
What was your wife doing then?
She went over there to go visit her sister because we were gonna go see the fight with a coworker in San Antonio. And she ended up leaving without me because there's a fucking leak in my house, and the plumber supposedly is gonna show up tomorrow. So I told her, just go and I'll catch up with you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, you ain't catching up with anybody tomorrow, pal.
Canelo?
The one of.
So, but why is your wife coming back?
Because I called her.
Oh, you called her? You told her not to come back. So she's worried about it. When did you call her before or after?
Jeff, let me know if that worked. I actually don't know what the hell I'm
So
doing.
you called her when you were up there? And you just told her not to come back?
I think I did it right.
How did you take it? Like, why?
She wants to know.
Okay.
Did you start?
I told her, keep the kids over there.
But obviously, no te ibas a casa, right? She was still going to come down.
She was
Oh,
not
do
going
you
to
think
obey
she still came down those islands, right? For sure.
She was saying that
You don't know.
She's like, I'm going right now. Okay. Going to the house.
And your wife, this issue that you were having with the VA and all the medications you were taking and stuff like that?
Were you keeping any of that from your wife? Were you expressing what you feel to her, how you feel? Somewhat.
One of the things when you start with StreamYard is you don't actually understand how YouTube
losing control
kind of interface that properly.
What is it that you're feeling? Help us understand what it is that you're feeling, so we can try to determine what you're trying to tell us.
Well, nothing. From the day I was born until February of this year, I was a squared away bastard. And from February to now, I've had like 40 fucking appointments. And I'm looking at it.
Yeah, and because I was never in the military, so I don't know. I mean, you've been overseas, and I've never experienced that, so I wouldn't know. I guess what we're trying to say is you can try to explain it to us.
There's things that we can't relate.
Right.
We can't relate about you, and we understand what you're saying because we hear from other people, coworkers. We see it on TV, but we don't understand what you're trying to tell us when you're talking about it. And exactly, you're trying to share some light on what you mean by that. What is it that you feel? What are you feeling right now?
Right now?
Like, what are you feeling when you're trying to express it, or something's not right, you're not feeling right? What is it that you're feeling?
Stupid questions.
Loss of control? Are you angry? Are you? What is it that you're
angry?
Do they have any others?
Do you feel somehow relieved que ya está?
No.
Kendra Kate is our newest member. Welcome to the Clean and Sober crew, Kendra Kate.
That's in your truck. Is that yours or that's Border Patrol?
Wow, that's a lie if I've ever heard one.
There's two of them.
I don't know.
That's from BP.
and the ones in my house?
What kind of pistol is it?
HK.
Caliber?
40 cal.
What kind of ammunition you don't carry? You said it was 40?
Ammunition. Whatever they give us.
See,
I never like.
Really? Do you know what color box it comes in?
I think it's a white one.
Okay.
You just whatever duty ammo they have.
See, they don't give us ammo anymore.
It's only when you call and you fill it up or whatever.
Wait, but I thought you all had to like. I've seen some VP agents sometimes go into like an office or like a storage, and then they get the weapons and then they will qualify and then they bring them back.
Yes.
Or is that different for supervisor or what?
No, it's the same. But what are you talking about? The 40 cal? That's my pistol.
Okay. It's just the long arms. Entonces,
Oh,
you
the
have
long
to-
arms, sí.
Right,
No,
okay.
yeah.
I think it's the M4 or,
Sí.
and the shotgun, ¿verdad? Estos you can't take them home?
No.
Right.
Okay.
But your sidearm, you do take it off. Okay. So what's in your truck? You said was in your truck. Is that what's in it?
Yeah.
Okay.
When was the last time you shot this?
I don't remember.
Give or take?
Probably the last time I called, which was once a quarter. So I was supposed to call this coming Tuesday. So subtract 3 months from that.
And that's the only truck you have?
And my wife called. Someone gonna stop my wife?
Yeah. Let me get on that. Can I do that favor?
All right, so I just popped over to the live stream of Jared Lysick's case,
yeah.
and I thought it was odd that
technically we
someone
can't
was
keep
live
them from coming
streaming
here.
because of the
I
way
think
Utah
you're right.
law works.
We'll
The
do it
judge
later.
just shut down their entire day.
Go back to San Antonio or?
What do you want us to tell? I mean,
Wait, say that again? Sorry, I missed it. I was trying to do back end stuff.
That should go to.
So here in our jurisdiction, it's very difficult to get live streams of any court case, even if it's like a WebEx case and being done remotely, which today it was, because of the way Utah law operates. And as a result, the judge decided to just shut down the entire court schedule for the day. Like, I'm just gonna not have to take it all today. And so,
That's a strong decision.
very strong decision from Judge Mandy Lark.
Is it yours or is it Border Patrol's?
I wouldn't be familiar with the individual.
Any bags, anything like that, any pouches,
She's a
anything?
cool judge. She actually looks a lot like me if I was as cool as her.
Okay. Is there anything else that doesn't belong to you that's in the truck?
She's very pretty. She has like super long. I can tell she maybe has extensions in. It's really nice.
We saw some like, it's a pink purse. I don't think that's yours and I don't think it. Do you know who it is? Do you know how it got to your truck? So those are the pouches for the most part of your truck?
Yes.
And you, obviously the beer you brought the beer, right?
Yes, correct.
And the gun, you said there's a gun.
So that case is going to have to be reviewed through the documents, everybody. So charging documents,
Right.
the docket, everything that way.
Like on a daily basis, how many pills you take? Is it like 20, 15?
Not 3rd district, 6th district.
In the morning, I take Axel. In the morning, I take 5.
Okay.
In the evening, I take
3.
3, so I take 8.
Why are we? I'm just
They're trying
frustrated
to
at this point.
establish whether or not the drugs, it sounds like, had an effect on his mental capacity at the time.
For like a half hour.
It's literally an anticonvulsant. No, the answer is no.
I'll tell you
what might be helpful? Call a freaking expert.
I agree.
Nobody's called.
Why are we doing
Wrestler's
this
mom.
through interrogation?
So maybe she didn't come out. Well, maybe, probably there's a bunch of missed calls in your phone right now, and I bet you right now she's pretty worried about what's going on.
Right.
Everyone I know who's taken trazodone and gabapentin loses their freaking minds. Like, they're not themselves.
Just please go back to San Antonio and you'll explain what to do with later. Of course, if she wants to disregard us, you know, we can't do it about right. But
He says that, has there ever come a time where you black out that you don't know what you did? Is it like often or?
What are you talking about?
Okay. And you're not supposed to do that. Did you black out today? So you knew you were driving around something out?
He was driving. I don't know what the fuck I was at.
Okay. So he tell you don't know where you're at?
Yeah, I'm here at we're telling you, jail on Highway 59.
Still, pero when you ran, you don't know why you ran?
I went into the restroom at the gas station.
Okay.
I came out and I saw a trooper, like another trooper, and one of them had his rifle. Put your hands up. What the fuck?
Okay.
All right, Jeff. Let me know if that works.
No, put your hands up. Put my hands up,
Like you
and I
said.
go, sir, you're freaking the fucking crap out of me right now. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Okay. Sir, right now, are you the owner of that truck? Yeah, it's my fucking truck. Don't fucking move! Like, what the fuck? Don't move! Yeah, you know, like, turn around! Like, turn around? Fuck this. I fucking took off running.
Because you were scared or? Because
Right, you know, I was like, what the fuck? I go to the restroom, and there's a guy with an AR-15 with a flashlight pointing at me. And I think the other guy had a rifle or a sidearm. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? So I take off at full sprint. And one thing I learned from the house is I don't stop running. So I kept fucking running. Like, fuck this, fuck. No fucks are gonna catch me. And then I just hear,
Oh, you actually hurt?
yeah, he fucking missed the taser. And I kept fucking running again, kept running, and he missed the second taser. All right, he's empty, he's gotta reload. I'm fucking running. I come up some corner, and there's a sharp one. I make a left. And I was like,
Wow.
Nice. Damn it.
And then when they arrested me, they asked me if we had the fence that I jumped. I didn't jump the fence. I had no idea what this fucking was.
right off the parking garage.
Yeah.
Do you hunt?
Yes.
Deer or elk or what do you?
Mostly hogs.
He hunts people, hookers especially.
Or you go, once it's I
don't understand what they're trying to accomplish with this entire freaking line of evidence.
You have a ranch?
I had a lease that we had
It's actually starting to annoy me. Is he an asshole? Sure, fine.
How many acres was it?
Murdering 4 people probably qualifies you for that type of thing. But I don't understand how this is advancing a narrative at all.
It's not.
Not like over there when you are.
It's making the, if anything, it's making the jury think, wow, he was strung out. He probably didn't know what he was doing.
Purple or only jeans.
Did this prosecutor get his law degree from a Cracker Jack box?
You keep saying that we know where you're. You feel maybe there's some apologies.
I don't like insulting members of my profession, but this is deeply ineffective.
I was the supervisor. I was the first man I have interviewed a bunch of people. So.
What was the drug that that?
Sometimes saying the truth.
Never mind.
Make you feel a lot better. You don't have everything. You know,
Okay.
like I said, sometimes it's like
That's it.
Like, yeah, se acabó. It's over.
If you ask the question, I could probably find it. I've done enough when it comes to psychopharmacology in my career.
Roseanne Barr. What was the drug that she claimed she was taking when she had her racist blackout? Which I actually believe is true because I have seen other people on that drug. That's the only drug that I'm aware of that I know of.
I think what she did was she stayed awake on Ambien.
Ambien, that's it. Yep. I have a lot of friends who've stayed awake on Ambien and end up trying to drive, end up trying to do a bunch of things that they genuinely do not recall doing at all.
Yeah.
Ambien is another drug you have to be super careful with. Thank you, everyone in the chat.
So I called the fucking utilities department. Otra vez,
This week, selling Eugene the fucking apples. Great closed captioning here.
Oh, it's been much better before. I didn't point it out because people yelling at me for talking over it.
So the house was leaking.
Popsicle on our Here's Another Secret.
And then
Supposedly the plumber will go tomorrow to fix it. That's why I told my wife, go to San Antonio, not stay here.
Whose voice is that?
It's the translator. Every time there's a word in Spanish, he blurts it out in English.
Oh, he has a very soothing voice.
That she had arrived over there
Welcome
already.
to the ASMR legal stream. Brought to you by Danny, Jeff, and John.
So you just sit at the house, you go out.
Instead, they're drinking.
So your truck was, because.
All right, it's 1:30. Is that late enough for me to start drinking?
Yep. You still need to give me permission to stream more.
I did. I did exactly what you said.
All right, let me go back and check again.
Vince, I totally. Lunesta is the other one that I think there was even a class action on Lunesta because of its notorious blackout.
I think the Lunesta thing, if I recall correctly, somebody decided to sell off the bridge while they were under the influence of it.
Ooh. Maybe that's the case.
This was maybe 7 or 8 years ago.
Kendra K, exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Go to the gas station, take a piss, come up.
Jeff, is it working on your ends? Because I don't know.
I remember
I'm still digging
exactly
in
what you
here.
said.
Across town.
Wrestler's mom, I am just
Yep,
so
now we're
happy
good.
that all the drugs that you take seem to work the way they're intended to work for you. That's so exciting. Because some of us, when we take drugs, it does not give you the intended effect.
Has your wife ever? Okay, I'm using this like an example.
Tracy D, yes, I am a lawyer.
Yes, welcome to the lawyer thruple without Mike.
No, my wife, no, she doesn't go out at all.
Inside joke.
Right.
It's a funny one, though.
Nothing.
I know my drinking is a problem, which is.
Just like you got
Then you
worse
say,
when you went to the VA.
Yeah, I got worse. Was
well, because
fucking.
No, Danny is not a prosecutor.
Back then, I was just drinking gin.
a lot.
Like fucking 18 packs per day.
I feel for
He
you,
was very
wrestlers,
close
Mom.
to being one, though.
Never anything.
Fucking gin, whatever. But then I started taking these fucking pills, and it says you gotta cut back on the alcohol. So I stopped buying 18 packs to cut back.
And now I'm an idiot.
I guess that's what happened. I mixed the tollies with the pills, even though they're not narcotics, they're not painkillers, so it's not like morphine or anything. It's something completely different.
Right.
It does not have to be an opiate to be potentially very dangerous.
Where do I fucking buy them?
En el where the fuck did I buy them?
Translator needs to speak up a little.
I don't fucking remember these. En el y en el tanque de diesel, en el que está la calle de Walmart, Murphy Express. It is? Yes.
Bro, the translator is seriously whispering. He's like murmuring in the background.
You were cruising. You were cruising.
Is he going back to my house? To be honest with you.
Did you call him?
Not, no.
Are we gonna see any calls? Any calls that you made that you said?
No, there isn't anything.
Some coworkers.
Do you remember who the coworker was that you spoke to?
Yeah, they were calling me like crazy.
Okay.
Girl, Gabby Nunez called me.
Okay.
And she was, I know she was with someone. Ortiz, where are you? Where are you? Where are you?
When was this?
This was earlier.
But she DP?
Yeah, she
Okay.
did. I know she was writing it down, or she was being recorded. They're probably pinging my phone or something.
Why would they be picking you?
I don't know. She kept saying, "Where are you? Where are you?" And then I told her, "Write this down." And then she go, "No, like you could tell Gabby had." Okay, whatever.
To people that are asking, trazodone is not technically an SSRI, or selective
I gave her
reuptake inhibitor. It is technically an antagonist and reuptake inhibitor.
Did you call home from work before that?
It is an antidepressant, but it's not actually classified under the general classification of antipsychotics. It's strong medicine. Let's leave it at that.
Because I was laying in the bed of a pickup truck waiting for you guys to go there. So
when was this?
This was tonight.
Before we got in?
Yeah, like 2 minutes before you guys got.
So one of your reasons.
A chaplain, well, it basically is like an SSRI. It is not technically
Hang on, we're actually talking about him being caught here.
We moved
on to important things.
To me, as a coincidence.
A bunch of missed calls.
How many calls do you think you got? Missed calls?
His wife was trying to locate him while he's hiding in the back of the truck.
And why didn't you answer? Why didn't you answer?
Okay, I'm laying down in the back of a truck waiting to get my face smashed in. So.
But that didn't happen. Right? You didn't get shot. It could have been a lot worse. We're here talking right now.
What took so long?
Well, you know why?
There's cameras in the parking lot. The troopers knew I wasn't armed. That's why they didn't shoot me when I was running.
You were all over the place.
I ran from the gas station to the fucking parking lot. I ran up the stairs. I got in the bed of a pickup truck. That's all I did.
Pues it could have been easier. You say, hey, aquí estoy.
Hey, I'm here.
Pues sí, I mean that.
For the record, I outran two troopers. I'm fat as fuck, so in my mom and I'm too cheap, bro. So.
Sí, pero pues around there, they were like waiting down. It's like you running your uniform and Sam Brown and everything.
Yeah, they shot at me twice, and they just.
Pero not with a rifle,
no,
right?
con la tele.
Okay, con la station. Are you sure they didn't hit you? Okay. But también.
But also.
Come on, dude.
Right.
You shot the thing, don't you? Yeah, not that accurate.
Right. Well, yeah, acuérdate que you're in a drill, so, you know, as a drill, it kicks in and you're off like a bala.
Bullet.
How many times have you ran after a group and you wonder what they're on because they're flying that shit? When you run, you run.
That's what I learned from them is never stop running and you won't get caught. I stopped running, so I got caught. I did not follow their.
Well, yeah, but eventually, I mean, there's gotta come a dead end. I mean, you run, pero como ellos tú ya sabíamos.
Say, we already knew.
Right.
You already knew.
I want creamy wheat.
Wait, what kind of boots you wear?
At work or at home?
No, the ones you wear today.
Oh,
today I wore the
I don't even know what brand. Oh yeah, double H ranch boots.
Did you go to ranch today or no?
Or not?
Ranch.
You wore not a ranch? You wore not a ranch?
Oh shit!
So for the most part,
I thought we were done.
You were just in Laredo.
Pretty much.
When you transferred to Laredo from San Antonio, right? Because of promotion.
Yes.
Crystal Pontac, I agree to stick with this.
So what station were you working at? North. Okay, so that was your duty station, Laredo North.
Yes.
Okay.
Minor.
Now, Laredo North, what? Is it the checkpoint?
Here we go.
Pretty much a checkpoint.
Okay, and then how much from the checkpoint? Because I know Se Mete West.
West intersects.
What's the cutoff? The west, east, north.
Of.
The cutoff, the west, the north. I think I'm not sure where Mines Road meets the end of the pavement.
Okay.
Hasta la madre.
So that's west.
Way out over there.
That wasn't my screensaver.
Okay.
That was the court
When does
screensaver.
north go all the way by?
Of course it was.
Right now they're
Your IT
doing,
department is second to none.
covering towards zone 3, so they go hasta el pinche Chapote Mesa Road.
Okay. That's pretty far.
Yeah.
And cuando you transferred to Laredo acá north, you were just a field agent or K9 or what were you? No, you're like K9.
Supervisor, yeah, supervisor.
Okay.
That was mostly at the checkpoint and mobile. And
What's a bubble?
desk admin shit. That's pretty much all I did when I was there. Hasta que me pusieron en el targeted enforcement unit.
Okay. Who was your supervisor cuando estabas en
When you were at.
Pues I guess you can say Juan C. Rivera.
I'm sorry, I got to read. It's been like an hour since these super chats came in. I'm so sorry. I was waiting for the pause. I guess someone has been charged, but no name released in the Idaho murders. We talked about that. And GA's doc put me on so many pills. Still went to 17.
Right. I think most of the guys put it for because I guess it's the steady hours, right?
Right.
Most of the hours.
Yes.
Who was the supervisor at the day?
I've had a bunch.
Danny, I agree with you on cream of wheat, but you need some brown sugar or something.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Honey,
Cream of
maybe.
wheat with like
Honey
butter,
myself.
brown sugar.
On the list, getting ready to promote again or no? So what were you going to promote?
It wasn't going to be a promotion. It was going to be a lateral reassignment to SDPA Intel.
What even is grits? I don't know, and I think that's partially why I won't eat it.
What's that?
Supervisor board of choice.
Basically, cornmeal.
Which would you learn?
Right.
Oh, right there.
Terrible.
So you would be.
So it's not like Laredo North.
Right. So you won't be there sector.
I'll try malto meal. I haven't tried malto
A
meal.
guy that just transferred to DC.
Who was he?
Malted milk is a crime against humanity.
But you weren't going to be in front sector, right? You were going to be inside
the second floor.
Second floor. You didn't go hunting today.
Oh my gosh, my defense attorney friend just sent me a message and she was like, turns out that my case is also scheduled with Mandy Larson's court and they just canceled my cases for the day and I am super pissed off.
God.
My poor girl.
Which one's right or left?
Is that where you're running? Monday? Is that why you were running?
Brits is palentive have the pretense. That's about right.
But digo, that wasn't the reason you were running, right? No. Have you ever run before?
Run? Track?
No, pero like this. Oh, no. You sure there's nothing else you want to get off your chest?
I'd like to talk about what happened earlier. I really would.
Okay.
I really would. And,
Is there a point that they're going to get to, or are we literally going to spend 10 hours?
They're asking
watching
him now if he has
this?
anything he wants to say, and he just asked for his union rep.
you look squared away to me. You might be going through some stuff right now.
I am more entertained by the breakfast food conversation of chat than
you're talking fine.
this evidence.
You're not unraveled. You're not lucid handed. You're not, But I understand.
I remember not liking malto meal, but
I want to talk to you about what happened earlier today. And I want to talk to you about some other stuff too. And I'd like to know if you know why you're here. I don't need you. You're telling us we should know why you're here, but you don't have any idea why you're here. No idea. Did you pick anyone up earlier?
Did I recall? No.
Okay. Well, you did. You picked someone up earlier. Picked up somebody earlier. Okay. We didn't, we're not your match. And we want to get your side of the story. You're a family man. You're very obviously not a bad person. We understand that you go through some stuff that.
I mean, you only murdered 4 people. They're very obviously not a bad person.
Explain some of the stuff that happened and why you feel like you need to keep referring to us like we should know this and we should know that.
How does
My
that sort of
friend said-
interrogation method work?
Play around. I'm not going to pretend I know.
my friend says, you're the fucking reason my client's case was continued, you dumb fuck. Oh wait, did you not live stream it?
I don't know where you picked her up, but I know you picked someone up earlier. Into your house. I know you took it to your house. She was able to describe your house, your address, the inside of your house, your backyard, describe you by name. Yeah, not only that, but like we said, I mean, it'd be kind of hard to say, that's not my truck.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, on the video. And that's not me, it just got.
Joey Catcher, everyone comes from a family. Yeah, it'd be a little difficult for that not to be the case, just by definition.
Pick one. Pick one. Murphy's. Not the Murphy's. Pick another one. Pick one of the other ones you went to today. Well, I can tell you when you went to.
Okay.
The one by Laredo North Station, the one there by McPherson and Luke 20.
Okay.
Can you explain to us what happened in there? You were there. And you were there with somebody you knew. Somebody you picked up before, somebody you talked to before, somebody who knew you by name. Yeah.
Libby, how is Jeff awake? How am I awake?
Got out of hand. A little bit of a disagreement in there in the car. And that's why we're here.
Great success. The subject at hand is not terribly interesting. So, yes, I am talking about another case.
I'm debating smuggling Everclear from Georgia.
I'm pretty sure you do. And I'm betting that's why when the troopers.
I'm not sure I'm going to make this through this without that.
At the gas station. I'm pretty sure that when you saw the troopers, you knew that.
They were pointing a rifle.
I've been stopped by cops too, and I'm one myself. And they've mistaken my car for.
Thank you,
else.
me.
And I've been mistaken my car for other stuff, and I never ran.
So you guys went to my house already?
Huh?
You guys went to my house already?
But
But I did work in something for, all we got to do is pick your phone. It's kind of hard for you to say you weren't there when you're at the location that you should be calling. Right? Yeah.
What happened with that girl? What's up with that? What?
Danny, you saw that probably exactly the same time I did.
And I think that's why. You ran. That's not why you ran. You just ran because the trooper pointed a gun at you and told you to stop. You don't think that sounds kind of funny?
I think it's funny that I go piss at a gas station and I come out and I got two troopers pointing guns at me.
Have you ever done that while you're working? Show up on someone who you've been looking at and you draw on them and tell them to stop?
Así como ellos
You're
dicen.
saying. But have you ever stopped anyone when they're coming out of somewhere they're not expecting you?
I've only done that when I'm gonna arrest them. I know for sure I'm gonna arrest them. When I would go into a stash house and miramos todo el bar,
We would see all
hold
the.
up because you don't know what's gonna come up. But as far as like randomly going up to a gas station and pointing a gun at someone now.
No, we told you it was random. It wasn't random. You were.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you've done it, and you every time you've done that, you've hoped these people don't run because you know you're gonna have to go after them, right? So you ran. So naturally they're gonna chase you. You wouldn't expect anything other than that, right? And here we are. Okay. So I'm telling you, and I think we both know. There's no doubt in my mind about the pickup. We know that happened. We know where you went. We know you went to a gas station by Arkansas, picked up some tall boys that were there. We know you went to a gas station by Arkansas and picked up some tall boys. We know that. That's not, we're not even debating that. We're not even going to discuss that because that's behind us. That already happened and we know it. We know you went back to your house. Arkansas. Gas station. And we know you went back to your house. Okay. And you took the young lady into your house. She knew you. You knew her. It wasn't the first time you met her. It wasn't the first time you talked to her. Just at this time, things went a little bit different. What happened?
Yeah, don't take a hooker to your house where your wife sleeps.
I didn't even know I was in Arkansas.
It generally seems like a bad decision.
Okay. And Arkansas, what should I know then? When you tell me you should know?
I mean, in fairness, though,
Arkansas,
if the hooker knows where you live, you probably do have to kill them at that point.
Right. And so by that token, so something not. I mean, you got a bathroom at your house, right?
Exactly, Spatha, unless your wife is into it.
We'll get there.
And you're in a legal jurisdiction.
But you keep saying that you all know.
So
What do we know?
I'm telling you what I
This is
know.
Texas.
I'm telling you I should do something. So what is it? What are you trying to say?
You saying I was in Arkansas? That's news to me. I had no idea I was in Arkansas. You say that I was at a gas station by Laredo North. That's actually pretty damn close to my house. I would actually go there every single time I go to work.
Yeah, Stingy, you're probably right. When they're dead, they're hookers. When they're still alive, they're prostitutes.
You were there earlier this evening.
I think it's an Archer reference.
It is an Archer reference. One of my favorite shows of all time.
What time was it? Not too far before you showed up at that gas station.
The last I remember, I filled up my diesel tank at Murphy's across the street from Walmart.
We think
No, that's the end of disc one.
One down, 11 to go.
This deputy looks like he's like pinching his other hand.
Wait, this was just the first CD? Jeff, what have you done to me?
This is disc one.
And I'll remind you not to discuss facts of the case.
You got an hour and 15 minutes to fill.
Yay! I get to go get.
Thank you. Oh my God, I can go buy cigarettes and contemplate my life choices.
John, don't smoke. Contemplate not smoking as part of your life choices.
No. No.
Wait, how long is it going to take you to buy cigarettes?
Huh?
How long is it going to take you to buy cigarettes?
This is the lunch break, right? They're not coming back for an hour.
Yeah.
I'll
I'm
ask
getting
the,
ready to dump into your live stream.
The attorneys to be back by 2:15 as well.
2:15.
Yes.
All right, I'll be
On the
live
record
at
or off?
2:15.
All right. We'll go on the record.
You may want to mention that because as soon as I shut this down, everybody here is automatically going to be jumped into your empty stream. So.
All right, so to everybody who happens to be here within the sound of my voice, I am absolutely not sticking around and waiting for an hour and 15 minutes through this lunch break, but I will be back live at 2:15 on my channel that you're going to apparently get dumped into to deal with the rest of this abject nonsense. And Danny is absolutely welcome to join. I believe that Jeff is going to be probably getting some well-deserved rest.
Oh, hell yeah, it's
And
4 a.m.
This ridiculous saga will continue in about an hour and 15 minutes.
Thanks
All
for inviting
right,
me,
well.
even though I made a comment about your smoking habit.
No, you're fine. Everybody's okay.
I just love you. That's all.
Danny, before I go, just make sure that the link that I sent to you works okay. Otherwise, I
open
can
it?
find another way to get in touch with you.
I added you on Twitter like an adult. We're friends now.
There we go.
Well, John, thanks for signing up to do this with me.
Yes, it works. If it doesn't work, I'll message you.
All right, cool. So in about an hour and 15 minutes, I will see you all for the continuation of what is probably one of the most mind-numbingly boring cases I've ever seen. But here we are.
Just imagine it on Law and Crime or Court TV without all of our witty banter.
I literally think that the most intelligent conversation that was had during this period of time was our mutual respect for cream of wheat.
There's
That is
currently
actually a thing.
6,500 people watching this on Law and Crime. God knows how many on Court TV. And
I
they don't
liked
have
learning
witty
about the
banter.
rock forest in Madagascar. I thought that was interesting.
We can come up with some interesting things every now and again, but I am going to have to take the next hour and 15 minutes to contemplate my life choices and probably actually get some food.
All right,
So
John,
I will
thank
see
you for
all on
stopping
the
in.
other side. Jeff, thank
And
you
I will
very
see you
much for
tomorrow.
inviting me on. You
See
are
you tomorrow
an-
for day 4.
Don't do this to me.
Feel free to come in a little bit later if you want.
Jeff, if you want, just listen to SO. He's been telling you all morning that you should never invite me back again.
Yeah.
But, all right,
I would
I'll see
delete
you on
myself.
the other side. And
All right, take care, John.
yeah,
Thanks for stopping. Everybody go over to John Rabin Law and subscribe and like to everything that's been done. And go back there in about an hour and a half because he'll be there. Well, an hour and 15 minutes. He'll be there to take you through the afternoon, and then he can update us tomorrow on what I missed. I'll be around here for a few more minutes.
I imagine you're not going to be missing much, but I will. I'm going to hop out now, and I will see you on
All
the
right.
other side. See you, brother.
Take care, John. See ya. All right, so go over to John's channel. Make sure you subscribe to him. What have we got going here now? We have only 739 of you. A bunch of you have left because of the lunch break. We've got 1,019 likes. And if any of you haven't hit the like button, please do. I mean, this is a hard trial to like, but hopefully we're keeping you slightly more entertained than if you had just been watching it on Law and Crime or Court TV or something like that. It's an incredibly slow trial for no good reason. You always want to be advancing the case, advancing your argument, and they're not doing that.
No, they're not even doing anything that resembles that. They're just sort of meandering into these bushes and seeing what's over there, meandering the other way. Like, I don't even know what their game plan is. And we knew that this was going to happen though, from the opening statements where they just sort of yada yada, told a little story and called it a day, rather than saying, this is what we're going to discuss. Instead of just saying, this is what the evidence will show, this is what I will show you through the evidence. There was none of that. There was no road mapping, nothing. So who knows how long this trial is going to take.
Well, they have it scheduled for 2 weeks. But I mean, we saw a good example of it yesterday with the body cam footage, where they searched for the guy for 2.5 hours. But literally, they could have shown the part where he ran. Then I'm sure the defense would have stipulated, can we just stipulate we didn't find the guy for the next 2.5 hours, and then they could have just cut straight to where they go to the truck and get the guy. We didn't need an hour and a half of watching people run around with their, arms in front of a camera. They could, and this thing, I get why the defense wouldn't stipulate to skipping the part about the drugs, because they're going to use that as part of their defense. He wasn't competent. It was coerced because he was on drugs and whatnot. I'm pretty sure that's where they're going to go. But I mean, now we're finally getting into a good part of the interrogation, where he's talking about why he ran, where he ran to. His wife is trying to get a hold of him while he's hiding in the back of the truck. We're starting to get into his mind a little bit here now. But it's so tediously slow for no apparent reason. And Timmy says, stick with this case. Awesome law thruple collab. The trial and commentary is highly educational and very interesting, plus entertaining. A+++. Well, thank you for that very generous assessment of this absolute shit show of a trial. Yes, Danny on direct got my name right. Was it Tummy, or what did you say? Tummy or
hold on, how do I say it? Not Tommy, but me. A.
Your interest in linguistics and cultural history and geography is also admirable. You're the best.
Oh, you're the best too, Tummy A. Thank you.
Danny ain't so bad. Wow. So this is going to be a rough trial, but unfortunately, this is what most trials are like.
Yep.
They're not all, Daryl Brooks acting like an asshole. They're not all the whodunits. They're not all the surprise Columbo endings. They're not the Perry Mason moments. It's just a slow escort to prison. That's what most trials are, and this looks like one of those textbooks. But I'm actually afraid that the prosecution is just going to bore the jurors into submission to where they're going to forget anything about him actually having the mens rea, the mental mindset, the intention to do this, and they're going to bore everyone. The defense is going to stand up, and they're going to go hard, fast, and continuously with their case. And I think they're going to totally overshadow the prosecution.
We do prefer the hard, fast, and continuous type cases, not while slow escorts are probably preferable in certain circumstances, certainly not in this circumstance.
Nice.
Slower escorts to jail.
Yeah.
To jail. It was a joke, people.
Yeah.
Jeez.
But I really am concerned about that the prosecution is going to muddle along, bore everyone, and the defense lawyers are going to suddenly become dynamic and just crush the prosecution. I'm literally worried about that right now, because the performance
they absolutely will. This guy's
really
going to
bad.
get away with it, I think.
I hope it doesn't go that badly, but
I mean,
there are grounds for it to happen at this point. We got 666 concurrent viewers. Sign of the devil. Okay. On that note, Danny, what you got coming up in your near future?
Besides the drunk stream, I will be putting up my Christmas tree, and I will do a video on the Jared Lysick case, but those dum-dums who were live streaming were breaking the rules. So I'm going to kindly write Judge Larson and just ask her if she would allow me to have a press pass so that I can record the court case, and then actually review the case after, and to give my commentary. But not the whole case, obviously, because I don't want to break the rules. Utah laws are so stupid when it comes to.
And now, I didn't hear anything that you guys were talking about with that. For some, my volume just wasn't picking up anything you were saying. What was the deal that happened?
So some YouTubers reached out to Judge Larson and said, hey, can we get a WebEx invite or a Zoom invite so that we can enjoy the stream? And what the judge, I think, was unaware of is that this was going to be live streamed. Now, supposedly one of the live streamers actually got permission to live stream, but I'm not buying that because here in the state of Utah, it's very difficult to do a live stream because it doesn't respect like the court process. And everybody in the chat is going to be making fun of people in court, and it just doesn't provide equal access to the courts for any of the parties. It makes going to court a media spectacle, which is what I believe our bar and Supreme Court want to avoid here in the state of Utah, at least. So I think you could probably record portions, but only with the court's explicit permission to do that. So I will be reviewing, though, the documents in that case and going through what trial might look like for them or for him. And then, yeah, I'll talk about some other things, and I'll also be discussing my campaign and what Republicans need to do if they ever want to win in my jurisdiction ever again. So that's that.
Well, are you gonna do a video of putting up your Christmas tree?
Should I do it as a time lapse, or should I like
Yeah.
give commentary while doing it?
Both.
Do you guys want to
Why
watch
not?
me put up a live stream? One,
This is
yeah,
when you're just starting out, it doesn't matter what you do. You need to get
everything
up
is
like
content.
30. You need to get like 30, 40 videos up just as fast as you possibly can. Doesn't matter what they're about. Just get them up.
All right, so I will live stream because I actually do have a talent at arranging and decorating Christmas trees, and there is a method, and I'm excited to teach you guys this.
You should do that. I'm putting his address. There we go in the chat. Well, that's what I mean. That's what you've got to do when you're just starting out. Hammer it. Just get content out. Just get it out. That's all you can do.
Okay.
Nothing's going to happen for the first 35, 40 videos. So you got to get those out of the way as quickly as possible. For me, what's coming up? We got some fun stuff coming up, so you're not going to want to miss it. Teaser wise, tomorrow we have, I don't even know what day it is. Tomorrow is Thursday, so it's OJ Simpson Day. Some great stuff. So we've been doing Mark Furman cross-examination for about 2 months now. And he's finally off the stand. Another officer is going to come in. Marsha Clark will give the direct. F. Lee Bailey again will do some nice cross-examination. Then he'll leave the stand, and then we'll have a little bit of courtroom drama. I mean, racist cop Mark Furman. He's not on the stand anymore, but his ghost continues to linger because as you've been following along with me in that trial, there are recordings of him dropping N-bombs, 41 N-bombs to be exact. There are parts on the tape him talking about he's manufacturing evidence against people. He hates all the women in the force. There's a group that he's part of, like the male officers against women officers, things like that. And Judge Ito's wife, who is a police officer in Los Angeles at the time, was mentioned in his tape by name. And so Marsha Clark is going to be asking Judge Ito to recuse himself from the trial because his wife may become a witness. And there's an interesting exchange dealing with that. So tomorrow we're going to be doing O.J. Simpson. After that, we'll do this horrific trial for a while, and then we'll kind of do what we did today. Hopefully it'll be a little bit better. Hopefully they'll get through these stupid tapes by then. Friday is my Fuck It Friday stream. That's where we just go off the rails. We drink. I grift for $100 super chats, so I don't have to do it for the rest of the month. We get it all out in one day, in a fun-filled day where we just have fun. We drink high-quality scotch tomorrow. We have an all-star cast of guests. For those of you that don't know who's going to be on tomorrow, the ones on Friday, the ones that have confirmed are Ozzy Overlord, Steph the Altar Nerd. And if you don't know any of these people, you'll be happy to get to know them. Ozzy Overlord, Steph the Altar Nerd, Joe Neerman, Good Logic, Farron from Fair and Balanced, Meme Copium, Andrew Signori from Popcorn Planet, Christina from Radix Verum will be on. It's the T-Man, the proprietor of the Dragon's Treasure Teas. Megan Fox will be there. Our very own Flux will be there. Our very own and soon to be her own independent person, Danny, will be there. Possibilities. Drex has said he's going to try to get on. We've got a couple other maybes, and Nick asked me to send him the link, Nick Ricada, because he's saying he might possibly have a small chance of getting on. But it's like during the 1 hour he usually sleeps a day. So maybe not, but he has to send the link anyway. And some of you may not like some of the people we're going to be on there. It's a no drama stream. If you don't like someone, don't mention it in chat, because it's not, there's no, don't bring other people's drama to my chat. That's all I ask. So we'll have fun with that. People will pop in as they have time. I'll be getting progressively more intoxicated, I hope. And we'll just go until I go completely off the rails and decide it's time to tap out. The goal is Branca going to be on? No, I couldn't invite him this time because, again, like I said, other YouTubers have created so much interpersonal drama that I have to start, taking stock of what friends are going to be on with what other friends, and have to figure out if they have beefs with each other. Because the last time I just let everybody on was the 25,000 subscriber stream, and that sort of kicked off the Illegal Bites drama again, accidentally. So so now I've got to kind of we'll do a separate stream for those that weren't specifically invited for this one. It's silly, it's stupid, it's ridiculous. So yeah, we have fun. I'm here to have my friends on, to talk with my friends and have a good time. No interpersonal drama. Don't want any chat drama. We'll just have a bunch of fun. That's what we're gonna do on Friday. Next Monday will be some more maritime law related stories and news, and then we'll get back into other stuff. But that's what's coming up in the immediate future here. So there we go. That's what's coming up with me. I didn't invite him specifically to this one because he sleeps late.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. I just want to know. I mean, he's my brother, so.
Yeah.
Plus, I have to prove to your chat that we are, in fact, two different people.
Yeah.
So.
You're Batman and Clark Kent. We will be crossing streams.
We will cross streams.
Nice Ghostbusters blast there, but because Ozzy Overlord is going to be in the middle of a 24-hour stream, so I'm going to actually snipe his stream for a while, say hi, and then he'll snipe my stream for a while and say hi. So there you go. But those that didn't specifically get invited this time will be invited next time. It's ridiculous that I have to do this, but people's got beefs with other people, and whatevs. So, all right, guys, thank you so much for sticking with me for the nearly 7 hours I've been doing this so far today. I finished my 9-hour workday, and I've got 7 hours of this under my belt. So now I get to go sleep for about 4 hours if I'm lucky. All righty. Danny, thank you so much for joining. Always great to have you here. Always welcome. If you're free tomorrow, come and join our little throuple we've got going here.
Absolutely. I love you, Jeff. Get some sleep. Go to bed.
Am going to sleep. Y'all take care. Good night, mods. You guys went way above and beyond today. Take care. Oh, and probably coming up, not next week, but the week after. So probably the second full week in December, we'll be having our mods on as much as possible in a very moddy Christmas. So you can get to see the mods, and the mods can hang out and participate in the streams together. We'll talk more about that a little bit later. So mods, let me know how your schedules are when we talk about it in about 2 weeks from now. We'll just kind of have mods on when they have a chance. All right, guys, mods, love you. Everybody that's in chat, you guys are great. Those of you that just have this on in the background, listening and participating that way, come back later when you get a little bit of time and hit that like button to let YouTube know that you still like me, even though we're not live. Everybody in chat, if you haven't subscribed yet, please think about subscribing. If you haven't hit the like button, definitely don't even think about it. Just hit the like button on your way out. You've all been great. We'll see you tomorrow for this shit show of a trial and for O.J. Simpson. We'll start O.J. Simpson at 8 a.m. Eastern time, 1 p.m. London. Till then, take care. Danny, thank you for being here. Bye, y'all. Enjoy your legal vices.